I think we're live. I'm gonna wait for it to actually show me something on the other monitor before I confirm that, though, because I accidentally pushed the update button on OBS, and it looks like we're live. How's it going, everyone, and welcome to an don't ever push that button. How's it going, everyone, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses with all of your favorite show hosts, RS Still,
Venerian?
And Volacel, who is incredulous that there is a program where there's a program that where pressing the update would be worse than an OBS, that game being Monster Hunter, because apparently they can't find their ass with both hands. But we're here to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week with all three of us for once.
Yes.
Yep,
For
fantastic. Fantastic. What, do you mean to say you're going to get called away?
No, but this is the start of Drunk Cowboy season as of this week, so yeah.
wasn't it?
I'm still not persuaded that it ever really ends.
Yeah, it seems like every
Only
week
kind
is.
of doesn't.
Yeah, it seems like at least about 10 times a year it's Drunk Cowboy season.
Yeah, this is Drunk Cowboy season prime. It's like a tumor. It never really goes away.
Anyway, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email noexcusesvtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or you can join us in the Discord server, the best place to contact the show hosts and to converse with other listeners to the show. You can get there by clicking on the link provided in the show description underneath the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. On the show this week, we have we're going to try and see if we can initialize the new multiplayer mode through Fern's game once he fully unlocks it and can talk to the big red blob and backs out of it. Don't know how well that's going to go. Probably not very, but we'll figure it out.
We'll see. Supposedly, you can only access the lower difficulties in co-op because they want to keep the higher difficulties exclusive, but all the primogems are at the lower difficulties, so
Which is fine.
Yeah, so
record keeping is all is all in single player anyway. Like you can't set records for leaderboards or anything using multiplayer, but you can farm artifacts to a certain extent down there.
Well, that's helpful.
Yep. So we'll be trying to poke at that. We'll be talking a bit about a certain tiger. It's definitely not a kitty cat.
Now, by the way.
Do you actually?
My brain is completely infested with it.
Oh dear. I got all the way through the setup menu, so we should be good now.
I think that's.
Also, there's a treasure chest there I haven't hit. I'll just quickly pop that while I'm here. Boop boop.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And I got some Shadowverse stuff to talk about, and Mario Kart did a dumb.
They did do a dumb.
Holy crap! People are mad.
I think we call this the reverse Hoyo at this point.
Well, Hoyo does dumbs too. It's just when they do a dumb, if your name is Zenless Zone Zero Team, you fix it.
Yeah. So we'll come back to that later, because why? All right, so let us try the big purple portal thingy.
Yeah, I don't know how this is supposed to work.
Yeah. I have no idea.
Do we just wait for Fern to do it and then he will invite us, or is that how that works?
Presumably, yep.
It should have just pulled you along.
Right, so what are we actually setting up for at present?
The Tulpa is first.
So it's going to give us a starting lineup for each one, is it?
What is Exalted Ones? 20% everything up.
Exalted Ones are characters that have been used by lots of people to clear the challenge.
Okay.
You might want to save Kanish. We're going to need him for the second one. Oh, it's level 4.
Right.
The first one is pyro indicative, right?
Yeah, first two are pyro. The second one requires pyro, and either Dendro or Electro as its secondary. The first one is pyro favored, but anything that hurts hurts Hydra will work.
I don't have very many to choose from, to be totally honest.
Neither do I. My characters are, well, they're not greatly leveled. I only got one level 90 character at this point.
Yeah.
So let's
I mean,
go
this
with
is level
Electro
40,
Cat.
so we should romp all over it, but we need to figure out what sort of teams we're going to actually use to approach them as the difficulty ramps up.
Yeah.
Let's-
All right.
Navi is not going to work on the second one at all, and the third one's got
I
high.
should go Shangling.
I think the third one has high GeoRes.
Hey! Hooray!
And I'll delete.
Everyone's adorable little artist nest.
She's not going to be useful anywhere else.
True.
We are. Oh no, we're not
We
all.
are travelers.
You are the wrong traveler.
People argue that Ether is the canon traveler.
Oh, I know they do. I just don't care because
Yeah.
they're wrong.
All right. So let's start. Okay, what do we do? Click that. Oh. I just can click. That's all I can do.
Oh wait, is it doing the middle one?
It's doing the middle one first, yeah.
Why is it doing the middle one first? We've got the wrong characters for that.
I mean,
I know, but that's all it's sending us to.
How were we supposed? How did you select that though? Like, did you
Yeah.
choose it? Like, what
Nope,
were you
it was
doing?
pre-selected.
can you choose from this menu?
Nope.
It looks like a selection menu.
It looks like it, but it not. So, oh well, let's just. We should
I
stop
mean,
it anyway.
we out level it by a ridiculous amount, but
That's not the point.
I mean, I can do
Well,
that to it.
That just happened. Touch. Okay, now it's letting me choose.
Did you accidentally hit something too fast, and that's why we started with the second one?
Possibly, yeah. Oh yo.
Oh, you can.
Why you events?
So you can use the character multiple times. Okay.
maybe it's a multiplayer only thing.
Well, that just got deleted.
That one didn't have GeoRes.
Nope.
Okay, so you can change character at that stage.
All right.
This one.
I'm just going to stay with catching because Kinich takes time to set up.
We could get high scores and stuff. This will be more fun.
I think it's going to be hard to beat 4 seconds.
Paul also needs a Hydro character to trio with. Skirk.
All right. You good? Got some skirk. So anyway, we should probably get on to my weeks, and may as well do Hoyo first. And I finished Fontaine, finally.
How about that whale?
Stupid whale.
Ready to do him every single
Just-
week now? Forever?
No, I don't want to because it wasn't a very interesting fight.
Too bad.
And
Oh,
there's no explanation forthcoming either. So
Like
did that
a-
actually accomplish anything?
Not really. I think we got some primos out of it, and that was it.
That's 150
No, you didn't.
primos. I'll take it.
Yep,
I didn't
for
know.
no
I
effort.
didn't see anything.
Go to your events and claim the reward.
Okay, I see.
All right. Same 3 again. Actually, are they always the same 3?
Yeah.
They're always the same 3, but they're of course going to get harder.
Yep. All right. Well, we can do advancing.
Since we don't have to ration character. Yeah, up there it says select battlefield.
Yeah. So you don't select it here, you select it in the next one. So, aside from, it's like, here is a whale, it's just apparently been in the primal sea this whole time and no one's really noticed.
Just chilling.
Just chilling. Except apparently Skirk knew about it.
Well, they inform you. They inform you later that it's in its not very hungry mode at this point, and when it's
Yep.
actually hungry, it tends to like eat worlds.
Yes, they mentioned that kind of during the end of the story. It's like it's still dormant at this point.
There's another one. Paul hasn't seen that one yet.
Great, there's 2 of them. 2 giant plotter whales.
That one's in the... See that one in the bonus area for Fontaine, the area that Paul hasn't unlocked yet.
Right.
Okay, there we go.
So yeah, the conclusion was very, very good, I think. It's a bit off, I think, though, that you kind of tear what's her face down. I'm blanking on names today. I can't remember anything. Well, that one went a little bit longer.
20 levels higher, I would hope so.
It is.
I'm not using Navia.
So yeah, the ending, you tear down basically the whole Hydro Archon lie, but you don't do anything to really address any of the fallout from that in the main story.
No, and unfortunately, you never will get to see most of it.
Oh, because it was the time limited events?
Most crap in this game that is post-facto event stuff that's happening in an area, especially in Fontaine or Sumeru, or that is very character specific, all that crap's in events.
But why though? Especially when it's something so completely core to the to a character.
Yeah, hence what I keep putting in the response forms every single patch. Like, this is a bad idea. You don't need to do it this way. You're doing it this way for no reason.
Like, you're
Right.
Oh, there's no Hydro here.
Oh, yep, I managed it too quick. So the whole bit about Farina going off, kind of figuring out who she actually is and getting her vision, is that all event stuff?
you will get a little bit of that in her character story. You'll get to the get her vision part, but all the extra bits, all her character interactions, her relation to Escoffier, her the way that everybody still likes her, and her fun personality that she adopts after she gets her vision, you won't get to see any of that crap.
Oh, yeah, because the main story is like Farina is torn down, she's sitting on her throne and crying, and
No,
that's it.
You will see her get better, but you will not get to see her better at all.
Yeah.
Is the way this will go.
She shows up to see you off, and that's about it. And people are liking her, or at least happy enough with her.
Like, I need to link you
she doesn't have the lynch mob after her.
There are so many little things I could link you and point out to you in a watch along of the last Fontaine events ending cutscene done comic book style that just has a whole lot of fun character moments for. These are actually level 90. Navi, get out of here. Orval, you want to bring Skirk?
Well, I mean, we have to see what boss we're actually fighting first, don't we?
Yeah, we can change for the boss too. So
we can choose them now. So
yeah, if provided that Fern doesn't just spam through.
You gotta not click the buttons too quick.
But yeah, like there's just so many little character interactions, like Escoffier covering Farina's ears and Farina just having a good time eating parfaits, so that Farina doesn't get disturbed and hear all the profanity that Escoffier is about to spew out. You got Navia rolling up in the boat like a big old badass gangster, and then getting her entire comic panel yoinked by the villain and used as a weapon.
Well, that's rude. You never actually see her do anything boat-related in the main story either.
You actually get to see Kanish do something rather than it just be kind of implied or in his character story.
Or just throw your whore at them.
No, he does that too. But
I know, it's kind of the go-to response for Kanish.
Yeah, you're also, like, when you're going through Natlan, you're gonna attach to a lot of the Natlan characters because they make you spend a lot of time with it, and the first 2 acts are gonna be really good. You're gonna be left with a lot of questions after the 3rd act and a whole lot of pent up feelings. You're doing it.
Yep.
Stay off me.
Okay.
It doesn't play
So,
great off
yeah.
the Hita, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah, so it throws you through the usual go off and run around with Dane event. You end up having a heart to heart with your sibling, except you don't remember any of it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So I've been going into Natland, and I've been going into it first and foremost with new Kanich and full voice acting, which has been nice. Because I think it was only the first patch they actually had a voice for Kanich and for most of the Natland cast.
Most of the Natland cast actually is non-union or is FICOR, so there were plenty of voices for a bunch of the characters. It was only like Eon-san and Kanich that weren't voiced.
Right. Oh, hang on. There's a ley line bloom over here.
Oh,
Might actually be worth claiming now.
You can, whichever type of relic you selected at the start, you can claim those relics from doing this.
Which is obsidians, which I need.
Oh, and you get accrued on some kind of progress bar down there.
Yes.
Not using Navia for this.
No, Navi is a no-no for this one.
We need the Hita or the Chlorine to work.
Chlorine to work. So yeah, going into Nutland has been fun. Fontaine was fun in its own way, but Natland is pretty much, it just starts and just goes.
You will enjoy the Natland story until the very end of the third act or the last act.
Right.
And
then it just kind of goes off a cliff.
Yeah, for the first two acts, it's probably the best story in Genshin. And then you got, and the second part ends with a bang, a big bang.
Big boom.
Yeah, everybody loves the ending of that part. But yeah, and at the end of it, you're gonna have a whole lot of pent up feelings and stuff. And there's one event in particular that you're going to be very sad you missed. Where Zelonin gets all up in somebody's face and lets them know you want that one.
I'm absolutely gutted that that's a short event. That was only around for a patch, because it's just such a priceless character building moment.
Yeah, and just she channels the entire player base when she pops out in that cutscene. And
Shalone actually just comes out and tears someone's face off.
Tears Mavwika's face off.
Ooh.
Yeah, well, all of the frustrations that people built up over, her basically always getting her way with everything, it all gets projected through Shalone.
But that event,
Shalone just decides, "No, that's it."
Yeah, but you missed that
I'm
event.
having that out right now.
Now you can't see it yourself. You have to instead go and watch it on YouTube.
I'll have to watch it on YouTube. Yeah.
I cook meat. I have enough energy regen. I don't know if I'll be able to kill a whole bar before we kill this thing.
Can I throw a whore at it before it dies? I haven't been able to for the last two.
Oh, there we go.
There he is. Now you have to put up with him doing the wee windscreen. So I actually do really appreciate a whore in the story too, because he's just a potty-mouthed little bastard.
In both the Fontaine event I mentioned before and in the vet event that I was talking about, Aha has prominent roles, and well, he is Kakuku's butt bitch, basically.
Oh my!
Like Kakuku just owns that little dragon, and if you have not met Kakuku yet, and you're not really going to get to.
Oh.
Because of Vince.
Does this even really appear outside the Like, is any part of that an Archon story? No, I don't think it is it?
There's like one bit quest where you meet Kakuku for a little bit, I think, but you don't get the full Kakuku experience of him having a conversation with Nouvelette.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I guess. Well, I don't know. Like Kakuku translates for Saurians, right?
Oh, now
thing
we're
with
character
Saurian-
limited.
Okay. Now we have
The
to
thing-
start thinking this through a bit more.
The thing with Saurians is that Saurian is a creative localization. They're just called dragons in the original. Saurians are
Yep.
basically they're relatives of Nouvelette.
Well,
Down to the very
yeah,
bottom. Meaning even Kakuku is a distant relative of Nouvelette. And, you know, it's in a slightly more direct line, so is Ahua. I
yeah.
don't know how this works. What are we doing here? I'm very confused.
So
Now-
we can only pick our characters once at this point.
Yeah. So Fern is going to have to be extremely judicious.
I'm gonna have to go that,
how
I think.
he needs to pick characters capable of fighting level 100 bosses,
Oh crap, we gotta do
Yeah, I don't have
damage.
those, but I have one.
and we need sustains as well, because if we take damage, we'll be on 5 health.
Yeah.
I wonder if somebody else should host this. Somebody who doesn't have to pick 6 of the characters.
Well, Fern can't join our
That's
game,
probably
so he can't play with us.
I can't join your games, yeah.
Oh,
because
you
reason.
haven't hit second to top level
Oh,
yet,
I have.
you?
I
Oh,
have. It
if
just
you're-
won't let me
if
join.
you're- What?
Yeah,
If you're
it
at
still
second to
won't let me
top, you
join.
can join though. What?
No,
Why?
no, not second to top. It's only if you're one below the highest, and he's not one below the highest. He's one below that.
So he's not second to top then. He's third to top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. We could go over here.
Man. Who's gonna do the sustain, man?
I've got Kokomi on the last one, so
Actually, no, I'll put Mavwika up there. I'll focus on
And-
sustain for the third one.
Basically, Skirk won't work unless you can pick a Cryer or a Hydro Fern for the bottom slot. If you can't,
Barbara
then
will
we've got to
fix
come
it.
up with a new strategy. Yeah, but
Yeah.
no,
No,
there
no,
needs to be Cryo or Hydro. Shangling is not Cryo or Hydro. That's why I'm saying Skirk
Barbara is,
only
though.
works in a team that has no off elements. Otherwise, we've got to come up with a new
Oh.
strategy for that bottom one.
Can't have off elements at all. Right.
No,
Yeah.
period, end. Otherwise,
Right.
like something like 70% of her damage is tied up in having that team composition.
I could just throw a Hydro in there and
And never use it.
yeah. Yeah, you can actually fill a slot for a change.
That is an incredibly jank team, but we'll see what happens.
It is incredibly jank.
Can we all stand in Bennett's healing circle? That's the question up in the middle one.
It's pretty big.
It's a,
Barisa is really
the-
squish. It's my scary
the-
part here.
it's the thumbs up, yo.
is thumbs up.
I mean, the kill it fast strat would be for you to pick like Yaimiko or Nahida for that one. But that
I mean, I
gives us
can bring Yai. She's not. I mean,
Uh.
Nahida is the exalted option.
and for the first
Um,
one we have Navi on that
Probably
one.
Shalonen.
Yeah.
Just
that's-
raw
Yes,
power,
Shalonen.
and hopefully with that amount of sustain from Shalonen and the raw power of being able to debuff element, we're
Hopefully they'll
depending
get us
on we're depending on Aristeel's ability to roll crits and Fern's ability to build Mavwika gear.
All right. I guess we'll go with that.
If it falls apart, we'll just try it again. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Unless we get
I got a
cock-blocked on numbers.
lot of grinding to do. Oh, hang on. Tutorial. Hello.
What's it
We
tutorializing
already
you
know
about?
that. Why is it telling us that now?
Telling us.
Now, it's only just now saying you can only bring your characters once.
Well, yes, we did kind of conclude that.
Yes. Hoyo is not particularly great at doing tutorials.
They are, in fact, awful at it, yes.
They are.
I do not read
All
them.
right. This is going to be interesting.
Oh, wait. Do we have enough elements in this team?
We'll find out.
How many do you need for Shalona to be a healer again?
Oh, yeah, you're activated.
Just gonna.
Yep, that's
keep buffs
working.
and debuffs up.
Oh, that was a 329. Ooh, that was another 329.
It's fine. I'll just keep throwing motorbikes itself. It's fine.
Oh man, we're only halfway done, and I've been high rolling the whole time.
And we've used up half of our time.
Oh no!
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, that was close.
I might have missed a shot of shrapnel on that one. That or I just rolled low. Oh, this is not good. I don't know if it's actually gonna do anything, but
30 seconds remaining.
Bring the boom.
got a 10-second cooldown. I didn't get that many constellations.
Oh, catching just got mushed.
Afraid I can only heal the living. We ran out of time.
All right, we need more deeps for that one.
Yeah, that one's gonna have to be on you because Balls Jillian in with my Navia on something that's not weak to it is probably the best kaboom damage we got.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's. Oh. All right. Well, let's try the next one then. See what we do.
This one, I'm less concerned about damage and more concerned with us dying.
Yeah.
I hope your Bennett's got mad heals.
He does have. I think I've got him soft capped for his energy region at least.
What's his weapon and what's its level? Because that's all that really matters.
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I think it might be the not Fontaine sword, the swad. Anyway.
We've done almost visible amounts of damage.
Yeah, he actually has the shield now, so we got to break the shield first. Break the shield by doing pyro what is it? It's burning or overload are the things do it, but burning does the most. This particular one.
Beautifully imposing upon you the best elemental mastery buffs I can.
More burning. There he goes.
Is there a Bennett healing circle anywhere?
There is not. And there is.
Because I'm pretty sure Aristiel and I both need it.
Need him to.
Right under the thing, though.
There he goes. He went down.
We got an achievement for that, too.
Oh no, he fell down and pushed me out of the Bennett circle.
Ben so can go over this side this time. Oh, 20 seconds.
That Bennett circle. No wonder everybody puts Bennett in their team.
I got bad news, Bears. We don't have enough or pyro, I think, to get this guy's shield off.
We're halfway and
again.
we've got 10 seconds left to finish it.
Ah!
So, Fern, might have to move Kanich. Did you have Mavwika on the first team?
Yeah, I had Mavwika on the first team.
Might have to move her on this one because we need to apply pyro to him to break that shield.
We need so much more pyro. All right. Do we try the third really jank setup?
Yeah, we
Well,
see.
let's find out what happens.
Yeah, it's all information we can use.
Yep.
So we've got 3 healers and Skirk.
With 3 healers and Skirk. Exactly.
Oh wait, if we got
At least I'm not going to die, I guess.
well, I was gonna switch to Mualani, but okay.
Fishwife. Oh, Chucky.
But
Never mind. Too late. Barbara time.
People aren't generating enough freeze reactions. Not by a long shot.
Yeah, I can bring Sitlali to this one instead.
I know Day is going to get smushed the moment she gets hit, but that's still hydro stacks.
I don't think we're gonna get this one with me on a stain.
Another healer. Yeah.
I gotta bring Sharky to this one for us to even have a shot, or Sitlali to buff falls damage. Apply more freeze reactions.
These teams are traditionally meant to be run using Farina, so...
Do we have a Farina between us?
Yeah, me and Ball both
They
have
can do it?
Farina, but number one, mine's not that well geared. Number two, we can only bring one character, and we need to bring the deeps.
We do need to bring
Yeah,
the
because
deeps.
Fern doesn't have Farina. That's
I do
really
not
the
have
problem.
Farina.
Yeah.
Ah, no, Barbara. Okay.
Yeah, 3 sustains, including 2 basically dead slots. This is not going to work.
All right, let's have to back out. How do we back out?
You can just edit the party from in here, by the way.
Well, can we? We were able to do
Because
that when we had free character switching, but I don't know if this is the case in this version.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Well, if Fern pulls up a thing, I can figure it out.
All right, we'll try it. We'll try. Go back to the first one.
Okay, he can't. Cannot adjust lineup. Okay, we got back out.
Yep. Exit. So yeah, where was I? So Natland so far has been a lot of fun. I honestly, the Mualani versus Kachina fight did not need to go nearly that hard.
Yeah, it's like these are like not exactly the heavy hitters of the verse, so to speak.
Yeah,
But no,
And yet they put a lot of effort into that.
Kachina is channeling Big Gurren Lagann energy there.
she is. She has the drill that will pierce the heavens, or the twirly that will pierce the heavens. Anyway,
She has the twirly that will pierce the Mualani.
yes. Okay.
I accidentally,
so...
you're gonna have to back out and resend it, Fern.
Okay, hang on. Back out. Quap. Okay, there we go. So that's got to be that for me.
No, you got to move Mavwika to the second. Need more Pydra.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, Mavwika and Kanich have to be there.
Teresa has
That's
to
got to
go
be
there.
Bennett up there.
We're down to no healers on the pyro one, are we?
You got
Fern,
Bennett.
Fern, I would swap niche for ain't a whole lot of real good options.
I don't have a
Yeah,
whole lot
it's,
of options.
it's like two of us brought like our toolbox, and Fern brought a Timu multi-tool.
Yes. Could be worse at least. Could be from wish.com.
This
It is
one
marginally better.
this one has to be Navia. It's the only one she'll work on.
Yep. I think we were onto something with that bottom team, but yeah, not stacking the healers.
Yeah, there are two options with it that we can change up down there. I can go Mualani or I can go Sitlali. Fern goes double Hydro of just any of them. I can go
Yep.
Sitlali to facilitate
The
Skirk.
thing is, Sitlali won't benefit Skirk's damage directly in any way. That's the thing.
Yeah,
Because she's a Hydro Imp, which is why it's supposed to go with Farina. Because that when you put Sitlali and Skirk together, you basically lock in Farina as a third member to that team because it's the only off-field Hydro that does enough damage to benefit significantly from Sitlali. Because Sitlali doesn't benefit freeze.
yeah, because the shoe with taking Mualani here is I don't generate enough reactions with.
But if you take Mualani, then Fern has to take a cryo.
Yeah,
Because there must be at least one other cryo.
yeah. So
Which would be fill it with Taya. Or I could fill it with, Kaya.
The cavalry captain who has never ridden a horse before.
Sure.
Chi-Chi.
Chi-Chi is at level 1.
At least it's off. Well, I was going to say at least it's off field cryo, but never mind.
It is. Yeah, it's level 1. It's like it applies the stack, and that's it.
Well, you're also missing all your level up talents.
Yes.
Passives.
Although I'm pretty sure I have at least a few constellations on Chi-Chi.
Still got a few problems here.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, you can't duplicate characters up.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that'll have to be Bennett up there for me then. Put up there.
If you bring Bennett,
Dendro Traveler.
you
I think
have
Dendro
Guoba.
Traveler is going to benefit us in the slightest.
Not remotely.
You have Guoba.
I have Guoba at level 20.
I have Guoba at level 80. Guoba will work.
Yes, put Guoba up there, and then if Volblink brings Alolan, that's Navia's old team. For Natlan. Well, before you would have Farina instead of Alolan before, but so that'll work there.
Now the middle one's got no sustain.
Yeah, that's the shoe there.
That's the shoe. That's the one where I'm really contributing to damage.
Can't bring a Pyro or Cryo or Hydro to it. Says no.
No.
All the Animo healers that are worth a damn are 5 stars that Fern doesn't have.
I mean, my Jean is level 80. I could bring Jean. She can heal.
Yeah, but we need damage on
Kind
that
of.
one. My Farisa can't
It's
do
true,
it by
we
herself.
do need damage.
Oh no.
Like,
so I mean, if we need damage, I mean, then I can't bring Nahida. I've got to bring Clorand or Yomiko, I guess.
Florend, think we can make that work?
Clorand is if she doesn't get one shot, she's relatively self-sufficient on health. But Verisa is not.
Yeah, the problem here is Farisa will eventually fall over. Unless we can down that thing just super fast from all the
We know for a fact that we can't.
Cannot.
Nothing is happening super fast here.
Yeah.
Good old yeah.
Do you have Yao Yao?
I have a 50 Yao Yao.
It's high
That's
level
where
than
all my
mine.
Fire
that's my
Kaniche.
damage team down there. So yeah,
Kaniche is the burning specialist, though.
Yeah.
Like the highest chance for Fern to contribute constructively to this fight is for him to have both Mavwika and Kaniche there, unless one of us brings Mavwika instead.
Yes,
I think that's what we're gonna have
that's
to
the
do.
burning combo.
Because if I bring Mavwika, or if I bring Mavwika, my Mavwika's not as good as Aristeel's, but at least it's on field all the time, as opposed to switching on and off the way Ferns will have to.
Well, yeah. So if you want to take my weaker,
Yeah, bring any character with an element that matches the current party. We can just hope.
we can just hope and pray.
Yeah, that's kind of heal.
I could bring Shalona and just hit the heal button every now and again.
Lonan?
I mean, that might work. She does shred element defense, so it's
I'll have to...
not a dead. Oh, because we've got to move the one up there then.
Oh,
so
yeah.
no. Put it back on do the Zalonan Fern, and Vol can switch to.
Who have we got? I could bring.
You could bring Ning Wong.
Is that useful?
It gives me bullets. Well, I don't.
Maybe.
I'm on field so much.
It's to do with element application, though.
Well, yeah, the high.
I don't have very many pyro options. There's just Klee and Pyro Traveler left in the bucket.
Yeah, I really want to play Pyro Traveler.
Well, the reason I suggested Geo is so we get the Geo resonance. Geo res down.
True. I mean, we can try it and see what happens, but...
I figure our two best personal damage characters plus a fire and Geo res with Bennett will probably be close. The real team I'm worried about is this bottom one for damage output.
That bottom one
I don't think any of the. I'll be honest. I don't think any of these are going to get within a country mile of working. So,
like I think the first team's got a shot. If I high roll, I have no idea how the second
one. Maybe I have no idea.
Let's just see how far off our assumptions are.
The third one,
yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to do with that.
Don't know.
I think that this is completely cooked, as the kids say.
All right, let us try team number 1 first. The one with the highest possible chance of success.
I think that that is not the case, but okay.
It's okay. It's. Oh boy.
Oh no.
We are so. This is so dumb. I love it. Okay.
Guaba, get them.
Oh, where is Guaba? I need to eat his food. Right? Can I even see? Yeah, I can see him.
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, I can't eat his food.
Not accomplishing very much because I can't get a freaking crystal.
I'll try and do taps so that the ones laying on the ground stay on the ground. Or Bennett circle anywhere.
It's on cooldown.
Damn it. Timing was off.
It is actually quite hard to see the Bennett circle on this map. Oh, really? Oh, the Bennett circle is over there.
That's not good.
No. But why though? The downside of the Bennett circle.
So if Fern can get a better feel for when he's going to move, we might have him.
I think we got it. Oh, it's going to be really close.
I'm not going to have enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, it went pear shaped because haven't got. When you play Ningguang, you have to practice each boss to work out what the boss does that will destroy your Jade screen and what won't.
So if you do it again, and if he hasn't moved for a long time, and you feel like it's about to move, hold the minute circle till he moves. We might be able to get
Yeah, I
that.
think I've got a better feel for it now, so that should be better.
So this one's in reach.
Just barely.
Okay, finally got my.
Minute circle. Okay, should be about to move, so I'll hold off on the circle. Circle.
No, I got betrayed by the homing, and it went for one of the mini tulpas instead.
Whoops.
No, he teleported and I lost my entire ult. We're cooked. Because I've whiffed 2 ults completely. Because he teleported away.
Oh, I missed a shot. I only hit him with some of the shrapnel.
No, I'm dead. He one-shot me. That's the thing with Ningguang. No HP.
You are squish.
So,
All right.
A little bit better execution, and we can do that one.
So that one's doable. Do you want to keep banging on it until we get it?
I mean, why
We haven't
not?
done any show yet.
Oh, right, there's a show.
No, we haven't. We should be doing that.
Yeah, so
Maybe we'll come back to this later, actually.
yeah, it does take a lot of concentration. So,
But this is what I've been asking Hoyo for all 3 games.
Something
A
actually
co-op
challenging.
boss challenge.
Yes. So let's just leave this. Just remember who went on what team.
well, I only have basically one order of characters I can do for these. So, unless I'm the Mavuika in any one of them.
Yeah. All right. So that's that, I guess, for my Hoyo stuff. It's, pushing into Natland, enjoying Natland quite thoroughly so far. But I know it's going to take a nosedive because bad stuff starts happening very soon.
Yeah, I was trying to play more coy with it while you were still making steady progress months and months ago. But it got to a point where I just couldn't hold it in anymore.
Yeah, it was going to happen sooner or later.
But
all right, I'm just going to actually let me do the tribal question co-op.
Those are very cutscene heavy. Probably not.
They are incredibly probably not. So yeah, I do appreciate that actually. Once you reach a certain point, all those tribal quests open up. So it's like you got the main story, and then you got all these fairly solid side stories.
Yeah, once you get out of Inazuma, all the side stories start picking up, and they're just getting better.
Yeah. So in the meantime, I will scamper around and start picking up all this stuff that I've been trying not to pick up before. And, failing miserably at picking it up. So, yeah, I'm only not too far away or through Natland so far. I think I'm maybe about halfway through Chapter 1.
Yeah, it's a Natlan pretty chunky for its
Yeah.
story, so you're gonna be there a bit.
Also, it's very easy to get sidetracked in that land, I find, because there's so much just interesting stuff just there.
Yeah, we didn't have it so bad because we did Natlan piecemeal.
Yep.
There was still a lot of stuff to distract you, but if you stayed on the main path, there wasn't additional crap crammed everywhere to drag you off.
Yeah, like I went on a random side excursion to explore the Sky Islands by, going down a hole. It's a random quest there. I tried to ignore it, and then I went too far in the cave and got kidnapped, so I ended up doing that quest.
Which Sky Islands and which hole?
There are many
Uh,
different Sky Islands.
There are many, many.
The ones by the people of the springs, I presume, because that's the one you get to first.
Yeah. That is the first one, yes. So yeah, other stuff. Played a little bit of Power World after they put out their new patch. They're still making major changes to that game.
Yeah.
They did their
Has it
Terraria
still got a lot of
crossover,
play-
which I was worried would actually be very intrusive, but it's one dungeon on an island that's off to the side somewhere. You can completely ignore it if you want to.
Are there still a lot of players engaged with Power World?
Yes, actually. They take breaks, but they keep coming back.
It seems to have stabilized at a solid like 10 to 50,000, depending on when you look.
Yeah. Because again, it's doing something that people have been fanging on Nintendo to do for a long, long time.
Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing. So yeah, they've put out the new expansion. They've fixed a whole bunch of bugs and balance issues. There's new bugs and balance issues, but we'll get to them eventually. As well as rearranged some of how the tech tree works, so you get access to things like research a lot sooner in the game, where it's actually useful. So yeah, if you're thinking about trying Power World again, there you go. It's a good time.
Have they managed to get rid of having the? I don't. Maybe I'm the only person who thought so, but I felt like the entire game had a kind of a greasy Chinese asset flip vibe to it. It didn't really feel like it had a cohesive identity.
Well,
It still kind of has that.
It was made by the Craft World dudes.
Yeah.
Craftopia dudes, whatever it was called.
Old school Craftopia was literally like, let's just buy a whole bunch of assets off the store and cram them together.
Oh, were you there when we played it?
Yeah, I was there.
That was, oh boy.
That was rough.
That was bad.
You go back and play Craftopia now, they've overhauled it completely, and it's a completely different game now.
I mean, it's actually a video game now?
It is actually a video game now. Rather than whatever the hell that was before.
I don't even know if you can call what it was before a toy.
It was a thing. It was definitely a thing.
All the specifics of it have also just faded from memory. I just remember the whole time we were going through it going, what the F is this?
Yeah, like it is still very much a kitchen sink open world game, but there's at least a bit of coherence to it now, and there's a plot and actual quests and stuff, so yeah. Maybe I'll go back and try it again, because they are still updating that on the side. And now that they've got ridiculous amounts of money, and even some of it that's not tied up in idiotic lawsuits, yeah, they're actually able to put it to work. Oops. Have I made a terrible mistake? Yes, I may have. Oh dear.
Oh, doing those bosses in co-op counts for the co-op achievements.
Huh. Okay. Okay. That field boss was a lot tougher than it really should have been, but alright. That's basically been my week, really. It's just a bit of faffing about. But on the plus side, hopefully things should ease up on the work front anyway, because we've got a new worker. So we'll see how long that lasts.
Boy.
Yeah, I feel like you announce this every couple of weeks.
Yeah. I mean,
there must be your town must be running out of people who haven't worked for you at some point.
Well, no, that's the problem. There's plenty of people around, none of them want to work. So, Anywho, what else? What else? That's basically it. It was just been a big push on Genshin to get Fontaine done. Happy I did that. And yeah, also I played a little bit of ZZZ and kind of got started on that.
Oh yeah.
Now that it's not being interrupted by Bang Boo TV, the game flows so much better now. So, as part of their big overhaul, they actually went back and redid those early missions. So instead of doing Bang Boo TV for those, you just go into a fairly small map.
Well, it'd be whatever they could shit together within their patch development cycle.
Yeah, basically it's the existing arenas, and then they kind of put little bits in between them to link them all together.
That's pretty standard for combat zone map design.
Yeah, they just link them all together. There's your map. Here's this bit about the train.
In my opinion, that's like the entirety of Halo Reach.
So yeah, I did the plot around Nekomata and all of that.
So you did her character
And that was
story,
a
or
lot of
just the Cunning Hair's main story?
The Cunning Hair's main story, which was a lot of fun.
Nicole is the best. And by
Nicole
the best, I mean the dumbest. But
and yeah, Nicole is just,
definitely not what I would call waifu material in the literal sense.
no. Nicole is 100% Nicole.
I don't think I need household funds mismanaged that badly.
No. And Anby is just hard to place. She's dumb, but in her own way.
Anby is special, and Anby is a major plot point later.
yeah,
Yeah, I saw in the character list that there's a second variation of Anby in there now.
yeah. Remember when me and Vol were talking about Ambi Pro Max?
Yep. That's a
So this is just more of like Hoyo being the worst conceivable company at keeping its own secrets.
yeah.
Like, it spoils its own stuff constantly. This is why you should stay away even from official channels if you haven't played the latest main story, because it will get wildly spoiled for you. And sometimes they just wildly spoil it for you anyway. Like, for instance, the massive lore dump on the Lord Ravagers immediately before the next HSR patch. Like, maybe they're hinting at something.
I see. Oh no, I got it. Never mind. I was about to ask if there was some catch to the little spud, but no. So yeah, I did get in time for the anniversary event, so I snagged Lycan's W engine.
Okay.
Because
Why would you do that?
He was kind of my most strongest character at this point.
Oh,
I don't have a whole lot of characters.
His W engine's not really very good. That's the thing.
I think a lot
Like,
of
you would probably have been better off putting Kaledas on him probably. Although I wouldn't say that's definitely the case.
Yeah, I kind of got that impression that at least for the early characters anyway, the W engines are either mediocre or essential, and there's no in between.
The only W engine that still sees regular use from the initial 5-star batch is Soldier 11's.
Yeah, Brimstone. Brimstone's the one I picked, and I don't even use Soldier 11. It's just it's like a legitimately solid attack W engine, whereas all the others have major issues one way or another. The second most useful is probably Kaledas because it's a reasonably solid stun engine, but the others are all kind of iffy for a variety of reasons.
Yeah, Kaleda's, even though it's not his signature, has higher days output than his by like 5%, and only a trade-off of like 5% damage.
If you have so few characters that you're letting Lycaon spend a lot of time on the field for some reason, then his one is okay, I guess, because you'll be spamming a ton of basic attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but that's about the only case.
He was designed.
It's all kind of much of a muchness. It's all kind of much of a muchness, really. Like unless
Which
you're
actually
like trying to do
really-
Deadly Assault.
Yeah, nah. Playing through the main story, though, I do actually appreciate that it just says, here is the trial version of the characters that are relevant to the story.
Yeah, I think this is going to become the norm for Hoyo, generally
Yeah.
speaking. That this like, well, I mean, it didn't make sense to do otherwise. Number one, it was damaging to gameplay immersion to always switch into characters that are completely unrelated. And number two, it's the perfect advert for the character.
Yes. Because you're with them for long enough, you get to see what they're all about and get a good, solid taste of their gameplay. Like, let's face it, the trials that Hoyo gives in the gacha for the new characters are very, very limited.
Are you behind me?
Yes. Because there's a treasure chest over here.
Oh my.
And, let me off. Let me off. No,
No, you're gonna keep going.
gotta keep going.
I was just riding on that thing because it looks fun when Mualani does it with.
Yeah, well, I went up there, I got a shiny thing, and now I got go back the halfway and get treasure chests. Also, stupid amounts of fish. So yeah, anyway, that I will leave my week at because yeah, there's been stuff going on, but none of it's really interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about your progress in ZZ early on. Breaking into Deadly Insult is a long-term project.
Yeah, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Like, I still think it came out too early, to be totally honest. I think most of the player base will have just found it frustrating.
Yeah, but I've got a good chunk of story there to chew on instead, so I'll just do.
Shield defense is significantly easier than Deadly Assault, so that should be your first target as far as team building is concerned.
Right.
Yeah,
And they have sort of like taster versions as well as the weekly rotating one, much like the early Memory of Chaos in HSR. So you'll be able to sort of cut your teeth on it and figure out how far away you are from being able to successfully engage with it.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah,
And it is a very good, reliable, solid source of polychrome compared to both Genshin and Star Rail, which have really shonky, unreliable sources of premium currency.
yeah. Unlike Star Rail and Genshin, our in-game modes in ZZZ rotate every week. One of the two will rotate.
To be honest, it's about. I feel like it's about 15% too fast for me. Like I get bored not having new ones to do in HSR, but I get exhausted having always got new ones to do in ZZZ because I just don't have that much free time.
All right, so we'll move on then. Vol, I guess we're finally getting to your week.
Right, let's see. What did I do this week? This week was a mediocre week. I'm sort of weighing up whether I'm about to get fired or not because I still haven't responded to the general manager's demand that I do a bunch of frivolous, impossible stuff. I don't know. It would be a problem for me if I got fired, but it's just as much of a problem for me trying to do my job at this point. But
Yeah, just try not to scream freedom and run out of the room cackling if they do fire you.
realistically, it would probably be a mercy kill.
Yeah.
Like the question is whether it would be weighed up to be more beneficial to them to continue to torment me, even if they're unhappy with me, or whether it would be more beneficial to them to find somebody else. But yeah,
That seems to be
I don't know that.
more logic than I've seen out of these people.
I don't know that finding another person would help them in any way on account of asking two different people. Let's say they have somebody who's wildly more competent than me at being a manager, which is not hard because I'm terrible at managing. Let's say they have somebody wildly more incompetent than me. Well, asking somebody incompetent and asking somebody competent, both of them, to do the same impossible task doesn't yield different results.
No.
On the other hand, one of them might be vastly more competent at brown nosing than me.
Or lying. Lying gets you
It
far with
seems
bosses.
like a lot of management does come down to lying, and because I don't do it, that makes me bad at managing.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's frustrating and annoying. But anyway, Blue Archive's not doing anything this week. Everybody was expecting the PC client release, and it didn't happen. And it didn't happen for the dumbest but predictable reason that, as a general rule, Steam's content moderators hate anime games. And
Yes.
if there's not sufficient money to buy out the higher ups, they will find some excuse not to allow it onto the store. This has happened to heaps and heaps of games in the past, and it's happened to Blue Archive now because they are convinced that there is porn in there if only they could find it.
There's
And
the hint of boobies.
and so, like, as far as anime games on Steam goes, like, Blue Archive is basically family friendly. Like, Hanako is basically family friendly compared to the content on Steam.
Well, they do have games that are just directly porn.
But Blue Archive is not one of those games. It's not even skeevy, like, relatively speaking. It may have one of the most unsettlingly corrupt communities in the world, who I am willing to forgive simply because they're so good at gatekeeping compared to every other community. But the while the community may be skeevy, realistically the game is really not that bad, all told, compared to your typical waifu gacha. But nevertheless, the Steam content team is refusing to let it on the store. Not in a, yes, this has been rejected, you can scrap this idea now type of way, but rather in a, we're going to indefinitely keep delaying you rather than give you a resolution
It's going to
approach.
waste everyone's time.
Yeah, wasting everybody's time. Everybody's been really waiting for this because most Blue Archive players use Blue Stacks at one time or another.
Yes.
Because it's really, really hard to compete at the
Ah.
high level in that game if you are using a phone, simply because it's not big enough. You have to use a tablet or better yet a PC. And this PC client was something that heaps of people were really excited for, and now they've scuppered it. I almost never play Blue Archive on the go anymore because when I'm on the go, I'm on the go. But so it would have been something that I would have probably switched to using, at least in a large part. And now I'm really annoyed because Steam. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a ton of backlog story I would like to chew through that I'd be much more comfortable doing, in an afternoon on my chair, because I don't have time at the office to sit there and, play on my phone. I got work to do, and I don't. If I'm traveling somewhere, I'm driving.
Yeah.
And when I'm at the work site, I'm working.
I'd
Yeah,
rather not play games on TV.
my nation is an island chain, so usually when I'm traveling, I'm on a plane. So yeah, but everywhere else I drive these days. But yeah, so there's not much going on in game at the moment, though. It's joint firing drill week, so I'm not really playing this week. It's basically the case because I hate joint firing drill.
Is there anybody that likes joint firing drill? Fern, did you just
I don't
die?
think anybody likes joint firing drill. Like, it's an interesting intellectual puzzle if you're into that, if you're really into that, and you've got, like, it is basically Imaginarium theater. The challenges are so diverse that you need to have an enormous roster of built characters, and even after as long as I've been playing it, I don't have the right characters, let alone the patience to actually excel at joint firing drill. It's a puzzle that you solve once, and then after that, it's drudgery.
Yep.
So yeah, I don't know why anybody plays joint firing drill. At least the bosses are a spectacle. Joint firing drill is not. Joint firing drill is literally a target dummy a lot of the time.
Joint firing drill always felt like it took about 8 times as long as it needed to whenever I did it.
It does, because you have to do it multiple times. You have to do it 3 times per attempt. It's a huge pain in the butt. I did it for a while, but no more. I can't do it no more. But yeah, so the only thing that was really on the go there was the whatchamacallit, the PC client, and that's now being deferred. They haven't been able to even announce a date when they expect it to be done by, and they were doing like a countdown promotion as well. So somebody at Nexon's got to be pissed.
Oh yeah.
Like I think that this is the sort of thing that is likely to get advanced higher up the chain to the executive level, because they had launched a big promotional campaign. They had put up advertising. It was giving you a splash screen with a countdown every day when you signed in and giving you bonus loot. Like we were getting 100 pyro a day for logging in during the countdown, and then they had to pause the whole campaign. So yeah, somebody at Nexon's not going to be very happy because they spent money on this, because they had been promised a deployment date, and the entire delay is frivolous. They're looking for a reason to ban the game, because the people working for them are probably those people on Twitter who are convinced that everybody who isn't a yaoi shipper is a pedophile. Methinks they doth protest too much. There's a precious chest up here, by the way.
When you
Oh,
said
okay.
that, the first thing that came into my head was wow, wow, wow.
What are you trying to say, Aristeele?
That she's not a kitty.
Anyway, so
Yeah.
Genshin, Genshin has my favorite event running right now, which is Traveler's Tales. I love Traveler's Tales. You don't have to do anything. It's just storylets, mini stories that are all over the place. Lots of them. And this is my favorite event that Genshin ever has. Now it's got problems, and those problems are all to do with the lack of archiving events. Like the Layla story is completely lost on me because there is basically no Layla content in the game except for Hangouts that I've ever seen. I haven't done Sumeru thoroughly. Have you done Sumeru, Aristeele? You've done everything, right?
I'm missing quite a few things. Yeah, I can't grab these, Fern. Oh, yeah, I'm sore. Oh, you got a Canadian.
Are you gonna finish the thought so that I can?
I'm trying to remember if there's any Layla that I've done in Sumeru. I haven't finished Sumeru for the quests anyway. But I have not seen any Layla in the Sumeru that.
So basically, there's an entire in Traveler's Tales. There's an entire plot that is about Mizuki and Layla, and imagine that you were not around during Layla or Mizuki's events. How much sense is this going to make to you?
Yeah, I did the Traveler's Tales quiz on the site just before the show. I got 1 out of 10 correct because I had absolutely no idea what any of that was about. Because all of the answers to those quizzes, or that quiz, is event content.
But yeah,
I
so
big ol' guess.
it is my favorite event generally because it's just raw story and heaps of it, and it really gives you a strong sense of a living world, because it's basically what are my friends up to while I'm busy saving the Night Kingdom or whatever.
Goobering, as it turns out.
In some cases, yes. In some cases, they are merely goobering all of the time.
Constant. Or they're just being Ito in some cases.
So like there's a story about, there's like the obligatory story about Charlotte trying to get her next big scoop. There's a story about Nouvelette going on vacation to visit the Melusines. There's like a story about Dea trying to resist the urge to get in touch with their feminine side. There's like a story about Toma visiting Mondstadt, where he's originally from, and so on. Like there's just lots of little stories about what your friends have been doing lately. There's even like there's a little story which is basically just Sino telling bad jokes.
That sounds like normal, really.
But yeah, I really like the feel that it gives to the game of it being a living place, and that things are still happening to the people that you know when you're not around. I don't know if other people value it the same way that I do, but I think it is one of the most important things. And my only hatred of it is the fact that it gets doubly snared by this really silly don't bank any event content policy they've got. So if you didn't do Mizuki's event, you didn't do Layla's event, the Layla Mizuki event here is not going to make any sense. And what's more, if you aren't playing during the Traveler's Tales event, then you'll never get to see that story anyway. So I guess it won't bother you. Like, why? Why has it got to be this way? It doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense to me whatsoever.
Especially with the roster as big as it is right now. The fact that there are no events for a bunch of these characters just makes any thought that you could be like, oh, I could maybe pull for that character just disappear. Because you don't know who they are. You gonna pull on a banner because it has Lila on it? No. Nobody knows who Lila is if you didn't play during the event. Take a 5-star. I'm brain farting on the 5 stars for Genshin. There's so many. It's been around at this point now for so long, but it's like, is anybody gonna pull for Baizu if he hadn't done his stuff? No.
There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 story segments with Heizo. Do you know anything about Heizo? Because I don't know anything about Heizo.
I know he's a detective.
Yeah, well, that's the only thing I know about him too.
Yeah, his whole detective agency's got like a whole bunch of quests and stuff that pop up that you just have no context for in Inazuma whenever they pop up as dailies or whatever.
Yeah, it's just a perennial problem with Genshin that doesn't need to be a problem. The excuses are all gone now. Now that you can install the light version of the client, which doesn't have the story content, like, what's your reasoning now for not having the entire bank of content present in the game? Because nobody needs to install it now. You've worked around that problem.
Never mind that every other gacha game with a ton of extra story content lets you download the stories and then have them be auto deleted after a little bit, and then when you want to do them again, it just downloads them again. Like, oh, this chapter of the story is going to be like 20 megabytes or whatever. If it's just a visual novel style, for Genshin, it'd be like, oh, this is going to be like 200 megabytes. Okay, I can have that on the hard drive for a day or two, and then
it's all very silly. I don't understand why it has to be that way. It doesn't make any sense. Let's see. I don't know. Did you do any story content in Genshin this past week?
Nope.
No, not even Skirk.
Nope. I'm still holding off, waiting for
for people to regain their voices, for the plague of laryngitis across Teyvat to subside.
Yep.
Okay. I did the fruit part of Battle of Imagined Arrays, and I was blah about it. I mean, as a puzzle to do when you've had too many drinks, it was okay, I guess. And the auto battler, like, it's just luck based. That frustrates me because it has every appearance of being skill based, but it really isn't. You don't have enough control.
You just need not only of the same faction, but the same type of dudes. The exact same dude multiple times. And then I presume the equipment does something. I didn't read any of it.
Well,
it does. Some of them apply penalties, so you don't want to apply too many penalty ones to like minus attack to an attack unit. That would be silly. But yeah, there's not really.
The tutorial is not great.
Basically, the whole thing feels kind of undercooked. Like there is sort of like a core concept that you could iterate on, but it wasn't ready for prime time, in my opinion. It's not worthless, but it's also not very good, and it's kind of annoying because it's a sort of structure that you're obliged to do it multiple times in order to get the rewards, but it's a limited time event because it's like it's structured in like
and
in sort of like a simulated universe kind of way, where you're meant to do multiple runs through it, and you gain incremental power while you do it, and there's a random element, so occasionally you get a bad run, etc., like that. The problem is that
each individual run takes like an hour and a half.
yeah, that it just takes too much time. Like the sheer time taken is too damn long. I think I've lagged out because my Sitlali's paralyzed in space. But yeah, she's paralyzed in space, and somehow I'm spending whatchamacallit, phlogiston to be paralyzed in space. Anyway,
That's not good.
I guess I'll sit here and wait for my phlogiston to run out. So yeah, it's kind of a bad event, all told. Like it's sort of like the embryonic version of a good event that seriously needs some overhauls in order to make it coherent with the way people play the game. I haven't seen anybody online saying they like it either. Stygian Onslaught is what we were tinkering with at the start of the show, and it is the boss battle in game mode. It is the deadly assault. It is the whatever the sodding HSR one is called, because they've got Baroque names. I can't remember any of them. Yeah, it is as you saw it. Now people are saying that Spiral Abyss is for vertical investment, and whatchamacallit, Imaginarium Theatre is for horizontal investment, and the Stygian Onslaught is for financial investment, because like you saw us getting absolutely teabagged by difficulty 4. There are 5 difficulties, and apparently the jump between the 4th one and the 5th one is like the size of all the others put together.
Oh.
And you still have a 3-minute time limit on that one, I think. So very few people are getting through it, and the reward is a cosmetic that only lasts as long as the round of Stygian Onslaught does, and then it disappears.
Then what's the point of that?
So it's a real seasonal bragging rights thing. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's I think there's a reasonable chance that I'll eventually make it permanent, because there are a lot of people who are mad about the sheer difficulty of doing the highest difficulty, coupled with the fact you don't get to keep the reward from it. Now the sticking point, I guess, is that the Dust of Enlightenment comes from this mode, and Dust of Enlightenment is like one of the most coveted items ever, and you get one of them at difficulty 4 and one of them at difficulty 5. Now, I don't think that you can actually earn the rewards from co-op mode for 4 and 5. You can do co-op in 4, and I don't think you do co-op in 5. You can do co-op in 4, but you can't earn the rewards in 4 in co-op mode, I don't think. But this is all hearsay because I haven't experimented myself or checked the fine details. But in difficulty 4, you can use that as an alternative to relic domain farming to some extent. And you can also get a Dust of Enlightenment from just gaining enough prestige in farming difficulty 4. When you reach 1200, you get one. So, and like I said, they're incredibly coveted items because they allow you to rig your artifact substat rolls in your favor, which is something everybody wants, basically. This is your best shot at getting a god relic. So yeah, but they have made it incredibly hard, and I don't have any issue with it being incredibly hard to a point. If it gets mathematically proven that something like only the 99th percentile of people can actually do it without having multiple constellations on every character, then I will be very unhappy with them, because then that's basically you're selling a dream to people. Like, you're not actually making it possible for them to accomplish the goal. You're just trying to bait them into spending money to accomplish the goal, which I don't think anybody will really appreciate. But
even your high spender
I don't know what the
dolphins-
pass and fail rates are.
Yeah. Oh, even your high spender dolphins only have like maybe one character that has multiple constellations.
Yeah, like as far as 5 stars go, non-standard 5 stars go, the only one where I've got any constellations is Sitlali.
Yeah,
I have because I waifued her so hard when she came out.
yeah. I got
It's a character that I can resonate with deeply, given the state of our lives is pretty much the same.
like me and Vala are both probably at Dolphin tier in this game, just from battle passes alone, if nothing else. And like I have Navia and one constellation on Silali, and that's it for constellations on 5 stars.
So you hit on Malvuka,
Who did I say before?
Sitlali.
No, okay, no, I don't have Sitlalis. I have it on Mavwika. You said Sitlali, and I got Sitlali stuck in my brain. Yes, one constellation on Mavwika, and the rest are on Navia. And we've spent a good amount on this game.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't really do it for practical purposes so much as for love. I wanted an excuse to be able to use her more. So tuning her up a little bit was a good way to get there. But yeah, a lot of people are saying that unless you are like autistically skilled, you're going to have a great deal of difficulty with difficulty 5 unless you're deeply invested in constellations, because the it's basically the bosses are incredibly dangerous, sure, and I've seen people do perfect play against them, and it's not hard to do perfect play. The problem is that they're enormous sacks of hit points, like gargantuan sacks of hit points.
Your perfect play has to be on point with your dodges, and you can't afford any DPS loss.
Yeah, and you usually, like in lower difficulties, you're going to take the hit sometimes so that you can make the timer.
Mm-hmm.
But in the case of the 5th one, not only do you not want to take the hit, but you also are on very tight timing to get rid of an enormous sack of hit points. There are people who are doing it. That is definitely the case, and I think that you are allowed infinite time in the attempt, rather than failing immediately the way we were on difficulty 4. But I haven't, of course, I haven't tried it myself, since you can't access difficulty 5 without doing difficulty 4, and you have to qualify for difficulty 5 by doing difficulty 4 solo as well. You can't unlock it in co-op. Why there are all of these restrictions, I'm not really sure. It doesn't seem to me that it benefits them in any great way. But I mean, it is what it is. This is the first round. Hopefully they'll tweak it a little bit, although I said the same thing about Imaginarium Theatre, and Imaginarium Theatre is still dog shit. So, yeah.
I do wonder, being that it's the Hoyo fan base, how much of them are just mad they can't use Nouvellette and that's why they think it's hard? What if we go in there at rank 5 and it's difficult, but not as impossible as they're making it out to be, and it's just because they're all babies that have used Nouvellette forever?
I don't know. I really don't. It's possible, but yeah, this is some of the strongest Nouvellette counter signaling that I've ever seen from Hoyo.
You saw us put together teams for that. It's like there's one boss that Hydra will work on at all, and it's not
and
favored.
Only as an enabler for Cryo.
Yeah, and it's not favored.
Yeah, so it's I don't mind Nouvellette being marginalized. Nouvellette was a mistake that they shouldn't make again, in my opinion.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he's just got dragged the whole element down with him.
I think that I think that Mavwika also, like, Mavwika was a big money maker for them, but I think that they're going to be judicious about how they deploy Mavwikas in the game now that they've seen it, fire nakedly into space, and this is how the game warps around it. Malvuika is not as devastating as Nouvellette because she can't do everything by herself. And I feel like, and I could be totally wrong about this because it's just kind of a vibe, that Skirk is an iteration on that concept, because Skirk is incapacitated by herself. She can't do anything on her own. She needs a very specific team to enable her, and that's where the god power is locked behind that wall. So I think that having the really, really, really retarded tiers of power only able to be accessed in narrow circumstances is the way that they'll probably go in future. Like, it would be you can see they've tried really hard to marginalize Nouvellette, and in the process they've marginalized like Ayato and Mualani and probably Nailu and a few others are all getting marginalized along with Nouvelette because a Nouvelette was such a large target. Skirk would be effortless to marginalize by comparison. Like, if you need to cut her out of a game mode because she would break it, it's easy to do. So I think that that's probably the model that they'll go for in future. Based on, like, what Inefa's design looks like. Like, Inefa is basically built entirely around Electrocharged, and if you don't have a team built entirely around Electrocharged, she's of very little benefit to you. So, yeah, for all of those people who are really into robot girls, we'll be pulling for Inefa.
Gotta get your EM officials and Yaimiko's out.
Yep. Anyway, so yeah, that's that. I also, because I happened to pull 2 recent archetypes, I was able to actually clear Spiral Abyss 36 star this cycle, which I don't expect to ever do again. Because Skirk is able to womp her side in floor 12, meaning that I could just put all power to the front guns using all my best DPS in the other side. So yeah, that worked out just fine. Anyway, moving on. Star Rail. I don't have anything special to say about Star Rail other than I am super amped for the revised characters coming out. I am not super amped to have to spend like 1 billion hours trying to farm up whatchamacallit, Eagle of Twilight Line, because every character wants Eagle of Twilight Line now for some reason.
Which one's that one?
That's the one that gives you 25% action in advance after using an ult.
Oh, that one in the Bellabog node that comes like the Quantum set or whatever.
No, it's on like the space station.
Yeah, it's one of them early ones.
It's the space station one, the wind element one.
Yeah,
The quantum one is also very favorable. Quantum was for defense shred, but Eagle of Twilight Line is action advance. But the new design for Kafka really strongly indicates for it. And everybody's Kafka at present is built using the dot set, which is no longer the way Kafka is used after the revamp. After the revamp, Kafka is like the dot support. You can still use her for damage, but using Kafka for damage is sort of like using Ranmei for damage. Like, why? You could build Ranmei into a damage character, but why would you do that? That's silly. You're supposed to use her to enable other people's damage. So that means that I need to refarm her for Eagle of Twilight Line, which is good because you have to refarm Kafka anyway, since her stat scaling is based around her output as a contributor to a team is based around effect hit now, not around her attack. And as such, that's good because you don't now need to spend all your time weighing up exactly how much crit is worth for a Kafka. Because previously Kafka's damage was sort of split between the damage she enabled of her friends and the amount of damage she dealt herself. But now the damage that she enables her friends to do is so much higher than her personal damage that you can safely invest just in her personal damage. But yeah, I need to rebuild Black Swan using the classic dot set probably for more effect hit rate, since effect hit rate was like, well, you got the minimum to cap and then you to make her functional, and then you didn't get any more because otherwise you'd be farming forever. Now hitting a 75% threshold is way more beneficial. So if you didn't manage to get there before, well, you've got to hunt for it now because it's really important. But because of Kafka's improvements, if you can get your Kafka fast enough, basically you can drop that much speed proportionally from Black Swan and focus on her damage instead, because you can just use Kafka to generate Black Swan's ticks instead of Black Swan having to stack higher. So yeah, it's an interesting change up to the dynamic. So I'm basically investing my time in farming Eagle Twilight Line again, which I hate. It's also the best set for Anaxa, but I didn't build it on Anaxa. I just built Scholar, because Scholar's easier to build than Eagle of Twilight Line. But yeah, I might, if I get enough spare pieces, that because Anaxa requires completely different pieces to Kafka from Eagle of Twilight Line, so maybe I'll get a chance to accidentally make an Anaxa set while I'm at it. We'll see. I am not looking forward to. In a certain sense, I'm really eager for the next patch in HSR. In another certain sense, I'm really not, because the next couple of patches are going to be really rough for me as far as premium currency is concerned. I think that I will end up doing the Ari mode on this to get the characters that I want in the next 2 patches, because I want Hisselins, and I want Seradra, and I want Silverwolf, because Silverwolf will be getting her rerun in 5 point whatever the next number is, 5.5 over 3.5. But and I also want Saber, of course, but Saber's going to be like, her banner's going to last until her banner's going to last indefinitely, in the sense that they haven't announced an end to yet, but they said that it's going to run at least for the next 3 patches.
Okay.
So that's like 120 days worth of banner. But yeah, and I also like, because Break is sort of like on development hiatus, I guess you could say, like they're not adding to the Break archetype at present. It sort of gives me a strong incentive to tune up my Break team to keep it relevant, which is of course the trick that they want you to fall into. But that puts like Firefly Signature Light Cone and Firefly Eidolons on the table to keep that team relevant, and Firefly's getting a banner as well, so that will be tempting. Sparkle will also have a banner in the next patch, and that's also tempting because she's sort of necessary to make Archer really pop off. But Archer's going to be a really good character, I think, for new players, because he works very well on his own, provided that you have a rational team built around him. But if you want to make him really, an engine of destruction, he needs Sparkle backing him up. Which is ironic, since I think that he would probably find Sparkle to be one of the least tolerable people in the universe. But there you have it. And I think that Sable will work in anybody's team, really. I can't even work out how they would make characters synergize, particularly with Saber. Like, Woho has good synergy with Saber, but it's not like synergy, the way you see sometimes where characters will basically look made for each other. It's not like that.
Like Numbi
So,
and Fei Xiao and Adventuring.
Yeah. I think Saber will basically benefit anybody who just wants a heavy hitter in their team. If you've got a small account without too many power characters and you just want somebody to play center role and bring the deeps and not be too fussy about what kind of support you put in there, then I think that that Sable will be the way to go. Like, because I think Sable will work great with Robin, Sable will work great with Runmei, Sable will work great with Tribby, Sable will work great with basically anybody you can name, because she just wants more damage and more energy. And that's all she cares about.
You think they would have made it synergize with Archer, but anyway.
Well, they're both DPS types, and they're basically perpetually in opposition in the Nasuverse, so it wouldn't really make sense to put them on the same team. I mean, this is a
Right.
Holy Grail war, right? They're going to be fighting each other. That's the point. I'm really interested to see who gets elected to be the servants for the other 4, because they've announced that Saber, Archer, and Lancer are going to be present in the story from the Type Moon setting.
Is
But
Lancer going to
the
die?
other Lancer's almost certainly going to die, because they were
what he
memeing
does.
so hard in the previews, like constantly memeing, like Boot Hill did people die when they are killed and everything. So if they're memeing this hard, then I'm afraid, Lancer, you're in for a rough time.
Nice knowing you, Lancer.
But yeah, they have confirmed that it's going to be a multiple master deal. Like, old Oti is planning to hold a Grail War in the Dreamscape as an entertainment spectacular, and they are going to pick, it sounds like, major players from the setting to be the servants of the other characters. I think that the Emanators are the most likely. Like, I think seeing the Herta get dragged in as a caster is quite likely, since she swears up and down that she's a witch, even if nobody believes her.
But that revolves around the Herta actually doing what she's told.
Yeah, which I can't even imagine to begin with. But that said, the
Yeah,
Herta is willing to participate in anything that she finds interesting.
true.
The question is whether or not you can get her across the line to consider something interesting.
So the most obvious choice is Pitstar Cook the Great is going to be one of the servants.
Yes.
That would be hilarious. And she does tend to get involved in things like this somehow. But I don't know that anybody on Bellabog has the money to go on holiday in Penacony.
That didn't stop Jingshui.
Well, I mean, Qingxue had special circumstances, if you recall. She got a special invite, remember?
I guess she did have the cult invite her.
Yes, she was invited to join a cult.
You know,
Let's
as
not
you do.
spoil that. That's a very unique. That's a very unique little storyline. Let's not spoil that for Fern. He might get there one day.
I got to get through the the Lofu first, and the Lofu is just not getting my attention.
Are you underwater yet?
I don't know. I've been spending a lot of time clopping around on blue maintenance platforms.
You're not underwater yet. Okay.
I guess I don't hate Lofu as much as most people do. Like I can see its problems, but it doesn't really rub me the wrong way. Anyway, I think Acheron's likely to get picked, maybe for Assassin or someone, since there's a certain amount of sort of thematic overlap between her and Kojiro. And also she's the sort of person who would get included almost entirely by accident. She got lost and then showed up, type of thing.
End up there.
I think Acheron's probably one of the best shoe-ins. However, if I was going predictions, I would stick on the big Pitstar Cook the Great route because
The thing is, I think that you're more likely, like, to be totally honest, I think that rather than pitch Dark Hook the Great, I think you're more likely to get Clara and Svarog
that would be fun.
because of the obvious parallel between her and Ilya and Heracles.
I will forgive a
Yep.
lot of Star Rail's fumbles if they just make it only Ika that gets summoned as one of them. Not Hyacinth and Ika, not Space Barbara, just the fat pony.
I think that they basically can't include Amphorius for story reasons at present.
Oh, that's right, because the way it's stuck.
Yeah.
Like the story would need to be finished before they could do that. It wouldn't make sense.
So we cannot have Rider Ika riding himself.
No, we cannot have. We cannot have Sunshine Rainbow Fat Pony.
Makes me sad. Although, however, you can get some Cypher if you go watch the new Rothwood video, and his editing is getting better and better.
You are really glazing Roffler hard this time round.
I like this recent video. Cypher kicks the pony at the Flame Reaver. I'm like, we had the solution all along. Why has nobody done this?
Yeah, so because the official IPC master is Aventurine, I'm not really sure. I don't think that there's room for Topaz and Numby to be Rider.
Where's the GIF?
I mean, I guess you could do the Ilya Heracles thing with Clara, but you could also do a Rider that way since Svarog carries Clara around a lot of the time. That's also a route you could go. I mean, whatchamacallit? What's his name? Jing Yuan has that giant tiger or lion that he rides around on when he was younger anyway. But yeah, I don't. It is, and they don't do it so much in Star Rail, but in Honkai Impact Third, where Jing Yuan appears, in Honkai Impact Third's crossover event, the main aspect of his character that they flanderize is the idea that he's a slacker. Like, he's always looking for an excuse to go away and do something else that doesn't involve being General of the Loifu. So, I mean, he could get dragged into it. That's possible. But, yeah, so there's lots of ways. God?
Make him actually do some work.
Yeah. Yeah. One of my favorite pieces of Star Rail media is the animated short, which is a side-by-side comparison of Jing Yuan's day as a general of the Shanzhou and Fei Xiao's day, where they're being side by side with one of them on the left and one of them on the right, and how they go about their morning. That's one of my favorite pieces of media that they've done. Have you seen that, Fern?
I haven't seen that. No.
It's definitely worth watching. It's very funny. It gives you a lot of insight into the differences between their characters. Um,
I found the GIF. It's in live show chat.
but yeah. In Star Rail this week, I got caught up on Pure Fiction and Memory of Chaos. So Pure Fiction was okay. It went okay. It went solidly. I got her done in a reasonably workmanlike fashion. My account is relatively stacked for Pure Fiction compared to other game modes. I usually don't have too much difficulty with it these days. Partly, and I never really have had much difficulty with it since once I started getting my second team together, largely because I pulled Himiko very early on, and that because she was my first 5-star, and I built her up quite solidly, and same with Mini Herter, and that basically carried me through early Pure Fiction. And now that my account is relatively developed, and I've got Pure Fiction legends like Herter, like the Herter, and I've got Rapper built up in that, so I've got like a reasonably solid roster for Pure Fiction. So that went more or less as I expected. I made some mistakes. I could have gotten a better score than I did, but I'm not going to go back and redo it because I just don't have the free time. Unlike an Apocalyptic Shadow, where I often redo it multiple times just to see how the mechanics work and how one would go about improving their performance. But yeah, anyway, Memory of Chaos on the other hand was like getting kicked in the nuts over and over again. Like I passed it first time, sure, but it was messy. Lots of things didn't go the way I wanted. And this is just a product of it being Hule again. It's always freaking Hule. I'm so tired of that dog.
Just need to fart on him.
Like, yeah, he's like a gimme for anybody who's got a fully built fart team. But
Hey,
I don't.
Hey, I
don't
had to
have a
push
fart.
Adventuring skill button once. Do you have any
boy.
idea how out of the norm that is for the fart team?
No, I actually don't, because I can't build or play fart. So I don't really know. I don't have much acquaintance with the way Aventurine works, generally speaking. But for me, his incoming damage wasn't a problem because I sacrificed Hyacine to put her on that team. Because normally she would have gone with Casterus in the first half, but rather than doing that, I put Lingsha with Casterus to sustain that team, since I didn't think Lingsha would be of any benefit whatsoever to a team going up against Hule, because I've tried that in the past and it does not work. So I put Hyacine on that team, and the result of Hyacine being on that team is that it was almost as immortal as having a Venturine on that team. There were a couple of close shaves, but I never had to invoke the Casterus passive or anything. But yeah, it was tough. I brute forced it using the Herter, supported by Anaxa to install the ice weakness to keep the ball rolling. What are we doing?
I don't know.
Lower just domains. And just doing a bit of grinding for crafted mats.
Oh, also,
Okay.
you need to do your weekly bosses.
We also need to do those. Go fight the whale.
There's never enough whale kills in your life.
Whales.
We need the whale, and we need what's his face? Dog and Sumeru guy. Oh, now that you've finished Fontaine, you can unlock Daddy.
I can unlock Daddy.
Does Kanish need Daddy?
I
think he does.
I think Mavwika needed Daddy.
No, Mavwika needs a boss she haven't got yet. She
Right.
Natland boss.
Yeah, you need to get finished patch 5.3 or whatever.
Yeah, 5.4, I think, because we had that intermission.
Oh right, yeah.
Mhm.
Everybody's got trauma, PTSD.
Yeah. So pop out of the domains and let's go make sure you use resins on those first. You can't
I've
do.
got so much stored resin. It's fine.
Let's get the weeklies done first before we forget, because that's the most important. I'll go.
But yeah, so Hule is not my friend. Next cycle will be Aventurine though, who is also not my friend. Well, it's going to be Svarog Aventurine. Svarog gets harder and harder the higher his hit points get, because it's all about you want to race the hands, you don't want to let the hands do anything. And if Svarog is tough enough that the hands do get to do things, even the most robust plan can start to fall apart real quickly.
Yeah. Farog, more hands you get, the harder that fight is. Oh no. Oh no. So don't die. But yeah.
Wait a second, Lali can't do any damage to this character. I need to the doggo, so I need to bring someone else. Says Rinyanko.
There we go. Me and Vol got the top tier deeps characters for this.
But yeah, so anyway, Star Rail, only a few days until the next patch drops. I hope that my next week at work doesn't suck balls, which seems unlikely because I don't remember the last time a week didn't suck balls. But yeah, it's gonna be busy.
See?
Gonna be busy. See where the story goes. See what sort of trauma conga line Finon gets to walk down. I mean, he must be running out of things that they can do to him at this point. But yeah, moving on to ZZZ. So ZZZ, my brain was completely
Wow, wow, wow.
paralyzed by FuFu,
Oh, wow, wow.
which I have been diligently propagandizing RSTL about for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, to the point where he actually pulled FuFu since he had enough polychrome to get away with it.
It didn't go good. She fought me the whole way there. It wasn't hard to convince me.
It went superbly for me. FuFu herself came really early, and while I had to go to pity for the W engines, according to RSTL, I might have teed up my next 50-50 win.
Yeah, I'm like
Because I got a
95% sure
double
that's
pull.
how it works in ZZ.
Yeah, because I think something the way it worked out is something like pull 2 was FuFu's W engine, and pull 6 I think, or pull 5 I think was Koleda's W engine, which according to RSTL counts as losing the 50-50 for your next S rank W engine.
Mm-hmm. I'm like 95% sure on that.
Which is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. And considering how fantastically early FuFu came, I've got still a healthy amount of polychrome to go into the next patch, which is good because I definitely wanted to get Alice, but I haven't decided about Yuzuha. And now if I decide to cave on Yuzuha, it's not going to be an immediate terrible idea. I need some heals, bro.
Dude, hang on, the jellyfish will be up in a bit.
You got.
I've been playing such fast-moving characters for a long time that I'd sort of forgotten that you can't be standing too close to the doggo.
Yeah.
So you can't just... Yomika can't just waltz out of the damage radius.
You guys can wail on him doing that, but I can't. I've got to stand there and watch you.
I mean,
No, we're not doing any damage. We're just
no,
applying element.
we're just floating through the air and throwing fishes at him because it's fun.
Yes.
We're not actually accomplishing anything.
You're throwing fish at something. That's accomplishing something.
But yeah, so I pulled FuFu very successfully, which is great. Now, FuFu's kit is kind of mid, as the kids say. It's not earth-shattering for any character, but she is definitely very good. And I think that the main reason that I say her kit is mid is not because her kit is really mid in any meaningful sense, but because people feel that it is due to her impact on the meta being relatively non-existent.
It's because
she's
she's a
she's
flex
not Yishin.
character. Is what it feels like.
Yeah. Well, she's not Yishin. She's the only inflexible thing in her kit is that she mainly works with attack and rupture. If you are leading with anomaly, she's not really that useful. She's
Yeah.
not useless, but she's not that useful either. And a lot of people are leading with anomaly. I think that the main reason people have mixed feelings about her is because, number one, she's basically outside the anomaly meta. She can't work in there. And she basically just buffs normal stats for the most part, which you can do with any number of other strategies. It's not like earth-shattering, but she pairs nicely with a lot of characters. Like, she pairs really nicely with Evelyn. She pairs really nicely with Soldier 11. She pairs really nicely. I got a lot of mileage using her with Anby in certain circumstances where I had to do so for team restriction reasons and so on. But she works really nicely with lots of characters, and more importantly, I just really enjoy playing her. Like, I find her really fun to play. You're not supposed to play her on field, I know that. She's mainly an off-field stunner, much like Trigger. I haven't actually tried using both her and Trigger yet. That's going to be an interesting experiment. But I just like her. I like her animations. I just like her design and the things she does, and her attacks are really funny, and just I'm absolutely in favor of this character. This is a short version, and had a good time playing her.
And all your double digit spinny ball damage, you're riding on top of it.
Yeah, you're not really supposed to do that deliberately. Like, they included it as something that you can do, but it's supposed to be her off-field attack. It's not supposed to be something you do when you're on field.
But it is
Oh,
really
we're
fun.
doing Narwhal. Okay.
But
I didn't know
Go
what
on
we
the
were
whale.
doing, so I just left the character in place.
But you don't worry, I brought the big guns.
Yeah, but we didn't bring any healer.
Be fine.
I won't be.
Fine. Ow. Okay, maybe we're fine.
The whale is only interested in killing me, so I am freaking toast.
But Escoffier made you all that food.
I don't have the food eating during combat thing equipped though, so
Missed. Tried to clip its tail.
totem-based character is definitely the wrong character for this fight.
Well.
When you started talking like that, the only thing I could think of was a SKA.
Yeah. I'm kind of getting SK vibes from it all too.
Good old SKA.
But yeah.
I don't even know when I'm going to get around to finishing that game, but yeah. So yeah, I like FuFu. She's fun to play. I did one of her stories. I didn't do like the stage structured one. I did the character story one. And it was short and compact, but I rather liked it. Like, it was a little bit silly, which I think was appropriate for her, while also being serious, which was appropriate for context. So yeah, I'm generally quite happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, I like FuFu. It was not hard. I'm dead, by the way. I've been dead for a while.
So am I. I told you can't not bring a healer.
We do need a healer. Ow. Okay, I just got smacked.
Like if you're
Let's
going to
just,
go with a completely jank team that doesn't have any synergy, you need to have at least one person be a healer because you won't live
Look,
long enough otherwise.
Yeah, just
hang on,
press
just
start.
leave.
Press start and leave.
I can't press start and leave
What?
because
You
when
can't?
you guys left at challenged fail, it went to challenged fail, meaning that I can't leave.
Oh, well, there you are. You're out now.
Yeah, but I had to die first.
Okay, well, let's actually do that properly, shall we?
Actual team would be good.
An actual team with some sort of logic behind it would be nice.
Or just any healing at all.
Honestly. Fishwife.
Pick. Not really
It's
anything I can pick that will work here, so Nahida it is, I guess. They're going to have to kill it with burning and burgeon.
Oops. That's better.
oh boy. Stand in the jellyfish.
We've used more jank teams for bosses before.
Yeah. At least there's healing on this one.
I don't know how to photograph the whale. Aristotle, how do you photograph the whale?
You
Can you photograph it while it's underwater? Probably not.
I think you actually can at some points. I'm not going to deploy that jellyfish until he's on the ground longer.
Ow. Okay, that's annoying.
Jellyfish is over here if you need healing. Ain't going to be there for very long.
I did not manage to take a candid photograph of the whale.
I don't know what on earth I've tethered to there, but it's just something in the vague direction of the whale.
Yeah, Natland characters in the whale just don't
Play nice.
Oh no. Okay.
Help! Run away! Oh, fine.
Jellyfish got locked outside. Oh, he's back.
We're kind of supposed to bring a Fontaine character for this, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Of some description, yes.
Fish. Fill the energy bar back up. Yeah, he's gonna go do the Super Saiyan attack now. So yeah, it was not a hard sell on FuFu. She is technically a blonde, so she was on the list.
Well, she's a tiger. She doesn't have much choice but to be blonde. Oh boy. the Kokomi Nahida damage.
Wait till I get Nailu and then it'll all BK. I've been so indecisive on what to farm for in freaking Genshin that I've actually started pre-farming Nailu. Just under the assumption that this is happening is the next time she gets a rerun.
Not that anybody has any idea how long that'll be. It'll probably be a Sumeru regional banner or something.
Yeah, it's probably like at least four versions off, or four whole version numbers off. Hey, he fell over. All right, Fern, good luck.
We're back to whale again.
Is it normal for Nahida to recharge her energy for her ult like 9 seconds before it's off cooldown?
I do it with mine all the time. Mine's way overcapped on energy regen.
Look at all those blooms that you can't use Nailu for.
I know.
Oh no, it's whale. Should actually charge up the bandit circle while I'm at it.
So yeah. But FuFu's story is not the most substantive thing on the planet.
I felt like it suited her well though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think a really serious, dark, dramatic arc would have been that appropriate for FuFu.
But getting roped in to help him with the movie because she beat up the extras. I guess it's tonally right.
And it's not like it was a story entirely without darkness to it. We're doing the double stomach mode, are we?
I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know if we've ever done double stomach before.
I have once. And it was because I was using a really jank team.
Hey, I got Chivo for it.
The second time round he only has half shield though.
Yeah, half shield and a lot less health.
Well, the health is shared between him and the whale.
Yeah. Okay, so.
So this guy is Skirk's master. The avatar that the whale's using inside its stomach.
Actually, that's a
It's not-
question. When I went through that whole bit and met Skirk in there, she had her current model. Has she always had that model?
No, they got
is
it.
that
her original model and her current model are quite similar. Unless you look carefully, you're not going to see any obvious difference. There is a very clear difference if you know what you're looking for, but they're quite similar models.
All right.
My jellyfish is still in its stomach.
What does Burgeon even do? Is it just more damage, or
It's a very strong dot relative to the other dots in the game. So basically, it doesn't do anything.
so super burning? Well, they tuned it up so high. Like you would think it would at least improve a little bit.
I mean, until Emily, there was no such thing as a merchant team for a reason.
Yeah, but they also increased the coefficients a couple patches ago.
Oh, was Burgeon in that batch?
I think it was.
Buffed?
All right. One more boss. Let's see. Who can I do?
You need the Sumeru one for puppet strings or something. On
Oh, yeah, we got to do that one.
Jeff.
What's that? Transpain.
Gotta fight Jeff.
Workshop? Yeah, workshop.
His name's Jeff.
It is Jeff.
That's what I called him. As far as my game is concerned.
What did you name him? Did you do that quest yet, Fern?
No, I haven't. So he's still Scaramouche.
Right, it's Nahida's character quests.
All right. I also have actually picked out a name for him already. I'm just going to call him Fandango because you kind of have to.
Will you though?
Yes. Yes.
You will do the Fandango?
I will do the Fandango. Scaramouche. Incidentally, does he have like a lot of the characters you give other names to have some reactions to certain names? I wonder if he has any.
I think it just straight up tells you can't do certain names.
Ah. Like your little Saurian has a lot of names. He tends to like being named after kaiju.
If you actually name him after in-game dragons, Paimon says that she thinks the name might be a bit too weighty for the little guy.
Yeah. Whoopsie.
I got sucked in. how do I use this thing again? Like, what one do you want to stand on? And
The lightning one.
I don't even know how it works. The lightning one.
Got him. One person can do both in multiplayer.
Get him a whore.
What do the other ones do?
No idea.
Right, let's see. Let's go an emo since we don't have an emo person.
Oh yeah, look at that updraft. Let me get my plunge on.
For those people who really just must plunging attack.
And that's phase 1. Now he has legs.
Now the rabbits do most of the work.
Yeah.
So yeah. I don't really have a lot to go on and bounce off you with FuFu's story quest. I just thought it was good. It was she's a lower impact character in terms of how they're marketing it, but I mean that's fine. I like FuFu. I linked you that video just on a whim because I thought it was cute, and it happened to come up in my feed.
And I looped it over and over again.
Whoopsie.
I'm trying. I threw the jellyfish at Paul. I don't think it hit him though.
Well, I can't see where it is because there's too much going on in the arena.
You have to run pretty far back to grab that thing. And I forget every time, it seems
Oh
like.
my goodness.
Can each in this plate do not mix? Ah.
Oh, yeah, because you sort of like dash around with at a sort of the mid distance, don't you? When you're
Yep.
into his grapple thing.
His whole thing is spin around a circle around them. That has gotten me killed more times than I'd like to count.
Good old.
Like, it's handy because you can evade a lot of stuff that way because it is very quick. But yeah, it gets you in trouble just as often.
I thought I finished my domain weeklies.
But yeah, so I have not done this week's Deadly Assault or this week's Sheer Defense. They look like selections that I should be able to do at least passably
This
due to having pulled recent characters.
This Deadly
So-
Assault seemed easier than the last one.
Like it's got the construction robot, right, which is usually a gimme if you've got Trigger and NB Pro Max.
Mhm.
And since now I've got M2 Rena, that should be a little bit easier. The problem for me is always Pompey. Like, I think I'm just going to pick my highest damage team and brute force it
You can
because
I think
it always goes badly for me.
I think you can FuFu with your waifu and take that thing out that way as long as you're on the ball with perfect defenses, and the other one is just Miyabi gets you a freebie on Bringer.
Well, I mean, Miyabi's a freebie on Bringer depending on what your team is. Like, if you use Miyabi hyper carry like me, then it's always just on the edge. Just on the edge. But yeah, my Sokaku's built now, so it's usually quite doable. But sometimes it takes a couple of goes to get the order right, because all you have to do is touch the button in the wrong time to switch to the wrong character, and you'll end up, in difficulties because the conditions are pretty tight for that team. But yeah, it's usually Bringer's one of the more doable ones. But I'm not that concerned about it. I just need to do well enough because 6 stars is good enough. They don't require me to mold over it until I get a perfect run. So I like that about it. And sheer defense is usually easier, so if I can muscle through Deadly Assault, sheer defense should be okay. And I'm sure it will favour Yishin and FuFu this time round.
Yeah, I think it's Fire Ether Week, or at least Fire Week. So.
It has made me more favourable again to pulling for Evelyn when she's next up, because Evelyn just seems like she meshes with FuFu really well.
Yeah, I ran the Evelyn FuFu Astra team, and it worked out pretty good for I was running it this week. And my FuFu, I have no resources to really get her built yet, so
my FuFu is at sort of like acceptable tier. Like she's not. She's got some pretty bad pieces, but she does make her 2 key breakpoints, which are what 3400 attack, 50% crit.
yeah, mine just barely gets over those lines, and I had to do special tuning to get her there.
What I did find this week was that my Astra is actually like 400 overcapped for attack or something like that. But I don't know what other stats can you even put on Astra that will matter very much. Like I guess you could switch to an ether damage.
You get energy
An ether damage
regen
disc.
if you don't have that on her.
Energy regen discs are so hard to get. I feel like they're like impact discs. Like they're a legend.
Oh, I get impact discs all the time on sets I don't want.
That sounds about right.
Like I've got very few decent pieces for Shockstar Disco. They are in very high demand amongst my stun characters. And since my Caesar also uses Shockstar Disco, yeah, she's there as well. Why is this? Why do I have a first clear reward for Jeff?
Have you not done it at difficulty before?
Probably not, actually, if there's a difficulty above it. Are you doing second to highest or highest?
I'm doing, I think it was second to highest.
Yeah, okay, so, well, that was worth it at least.
Yeah. Let's see. Work in my shop. I've got to go back down to it to actually see it.
Yeah, if you got resin left over, want to farm stuff with backed up resin, we can.
Yeah.
What about for Battle Pass? Are we missing
All right.
stuff
Well, I
for Battle
can
Pass?
actually do that. Wasn't the highest level, Jeff, but I can do the highest level, Jeff.
So you opted for a lower level one than you can do? I'm just here to tell you, don't ever do that. Okay?
No.
Just don't.
Especially,
there's no benefit to doing that.
Especially on weekly bosses. Double, especially if we're here to help you. We'll pick real characters instead of like whatever we had in there.
Yeah, now normally it defaults to the highest you've got unlocked, but for some reason it didn't that time. So we can go do him.
We don't.
Yeah, you need we've already done. We've already cleared it once. Clearing it again is not going to make any difference.
Yeah.
All right. We'll leave the first time award for later then.
No, I've already got it. So.
No, I don't have that though.
Yeah, but you'll get it.
Okay. Yeah, but you'll get
we'll
next
get
week.
Next week.
Yeah. So. Yeah.
Don't stop spamming buttons through menus, Fern. I know it's a Ho-Yo game, but you do have to read sometimes.
No, you don't.
Boo. All right, go do 10 bosses. So we just do a bunch of random bosses.
Yeah, I made a start on the battle tower, but didn't get very far. I did the first 10, and then it was time to go to sleep, so I didn't do any more. But I only need to do the first 15, right? That's where the polychromes live.
Something like that.
Yes.
I got up to floor 50. Then paused
I don't think I've got the patience for that.
There's a lot of restarting once you hit floor 30.
Yeah, once you're in basically take one hit and the run is scuffed point, then it becomes a battle of attrition.
Yeah, it becomes, can you sustain perfect play and perfect output for a full 3 minutes in bursts with different enemies every time?
I think perfect output's pretty much irrelevant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just
the time is ultra generous.
It is, but this isn't a factor of the in-game timer. This is a factor of your brain, because it will having to perfect play that long will wear your brain down.
Let's go beat up the giant Kukusaur.
Kukusaur?
Kukusaur.
In Netland?
Mostly because I need pyro gems for days.
Does the Kukusor even drop pyro gems? Did you check?
He does. He does. I checked.
It does drop other elements as well that can eat your pyrogen drop.
No, he's pure pyro gems.
Not pyro animo.
No.
Like
Is-
everybody else in that tribe.
Yeah,
Okay, he's just pyro.
he is just pyro.
Also, why do you not have the teleport point to him?
Because apparently I've never been down there. There's a lot of places in that land I haven't been to specifically, so I would not get kidnapped at random points.
Better question is, I don't remember how to get down there.
I've got the
You
tracking
drop on
point.
top of his head, and you do a plunging attack, and then you
That's one way to
get
do it.
you get it stuck so that the animation glitches, and you do infinite damage. I have seen a Shao do this.
Oh, we. Okay.
Alright.
So that's the Hoyo games pretty much.
Yeah, I really haven't done anything else besides, to be honest.
Yeah. Aside from the
I've never seen this.
Little dragon mode.
I've never seen this little golden thing before. It always died too fast. Oh my!
I got a
Oh,
Chivo.
Just got a
achievement
Chivo.
in there.
For doing what though?
Yeah, when this boss was up in Spiral Abyss on one week I was doing it, I was frantically looking for guides and I didn't have Farina yet, and they all just said, "Oh, lol, so easy, just use Farina for that phase."
That seems to be like the go-to response for 90% of stuff in
Well,
Genshin.
for
these
that-
days.
This is why Genshin is cancer. Like the community is absolute cancer, because either they are so incompetent that they can barely control a character and they don't understand why they lose, or they are so heavily invested that they think that everybody has every premium character.
Fern, go
Yes.
get the teleport point here.
Oh, it's up there. Okay.
I ain't spending resin on underlevel Kukusor. We'll need a way to get back down here when we all teleport away.
All right, we can come back now.
Yeah,
Actually,
so
on single player, I was finding that you could just step outside of some bosses' arenas. And
you don't even
just
have to do that on
respawn.
single player. They will just respawn.
Yeah. They respawn faster if you step out, but otherwise, yeah, if you don't
They should
rummage through your menus on
like-
single player, because yeah,
you should be able to count to 5 after you close the loot window from the thing, and it'll already be back.
yeah. Oops, hang on, I made friends.
All right. Well, if that's all your week,
All right.
Gall, I guess we can jump into mine then. So my week, aside from the ZZZ stuff, the only additional thing I did was poke more into Shadowverse. And this included going back and rewatching the old story starting from the beginning. Well, start rewatching it. There's a lot of story in the old Shadowverse.
Y'all
Yes,
just
there
can't
is.
get enough of Vice Schillendrig.
I'm not.
Also, 2 terrible anime.
Yeah, no, we don't talk about the anime.
No, don't watch the anime. I think the second season or the second anime is supposedly better, but That's
Well,
not
surely
hard.
the better anime would be to just watch like the entire thing presented as a show on YouTube or something.
Like literally,
I'd rather just go watch Yu-Gi-Oh or something.
No, just watch the actual story cutscenes. The movie. There's like 3 channels that have uploaded the whole thing.
Yeah, just go watch that.
Did the Kukasaur just
Not
disappear
whatever the
when
hell
Fern
those anime
teleported in here?
Apparently?
Oh,
Is
It's
it
just
over there?
orbiting in the clouds. It's
Okay.
been orbiting in the clouds the whole time.
Oh, he was standing on the
Oh.
ground until Fern teleported here for me.
Huh.
And then he disappeared and suddenly he was up in the clouds.
Continuity? What's that?
So yeah, I really like the Shadowburst story. I especially have a super soft spot for some of the performances in the English dub. That there are some of them that are just truly magical. And the two standouts are Arias the vampire and Belphomet, who's played by D-Luke, who I actually don't like him as D-Luke. I think D-Luke's his worst role. And that's Sean Chiplock.
Not his role anymore.
Yeah, I think he's
Anoop.
finally been fired. Now the guy is an idiot, and he has demonstrated this repeatedly on Twitter. But he's not the ideologue idiot. He's a very classic traditional idiot, and that he's just not very bright.
Somebody told him unions were good one day, and it just stuck.
Yeah, he is, but he is a very, very good actor when he's not, being directed by the people that direct Hoyo games. And Belphomet is one of the best English dub villains ever of all time. I could try to do it to clip it on YouTube, but it misbehaved again, so I'll just have to timestamp it and post it of just a random section. All I'll have to do is open up a chapter Belphomet's in as a main villain, and just scroll to any point where I see his model on screen, and it'll be gold. Because he is having so much fun with this crazy sociopathic man that wants to build robots and hates all flesh bags. So, and I love Mono and Arias' dynamic. I love their voices too. Arias is still uncredited to this day. We do not know who voiced that boy.
Yeah, so he is the one who I was thinking could be the janitor for all we know.
He's way too talented to be the janitor.
Yeah.
Like that guy is a theater actor. He's so good. He is the best vampire voice I've ever heard in English.
I know he's small.
Yeah, unfortunately, fishies can't go up.
Neither can motorbikes. Yeah. Oh, well, motorbikes kind of can. Okay.
Wait for him to come down.
I do appreciate Kenichi's new voice actor, but that just flat K as he comes into mid combat is just, dude.
Yeah, and I love Mono, the robot girl that I like's voice, also known as the vampire's girlfriend. And part of this is because she's played by a girl that's like in her 70s now. And she's doing a robot voice, and it just works. She's also playing a robot that has had its speech module modified by Crazy Robot Man to only speak in purple prose.
As you do.
Despite being a deadpan snarker. So she has purple prose deadpan snark. And I just love this story and these characters so much. And I'm so mad the anime did not do anything at all with them.
No. It just went for shitty Yu-Gi-Oh knockoff.
But the Pinecone
really
anime was so solid.
It was. Because
Who were those people?
That was the Konosuba team. Whoever made the Shadowverse team anime was not the Konosuba people. And
the Konosuba team was a perfect match for Pinecone.
I would love to see Mono in action on screen, and the few game CGs you do get of her going in turbo ham mode are awesome and look really good. And she's such a cool character. I'd love to see Arias just decide he's going to fight somebody because it's a nice day today. It's a good day for fighting. Because that's what you do when you're the oldest vampire.
You just do whatever the hell you want, and who's going to stop you?
Pretty much. Like Luna, the character, the Shadowcraft representative, is the most believably written child character in any media that I've ever seen. And she
She's an actual kid and not a short adult.
Yeah, no, there is no adult brain at all for this little girl. She responds to everything that happens that's horrifying and traumatic the way a child would.
Right.
Notably, a child that is a necromancer that, when her parents died to a burglar, she accidentally necromancered them, and now they're stuck with her as disembodied spirits. Girl's got shoes.
Not what a normal kid would do.
No, girl's got shoes.
Yes.
But it's like, they're just never going to do anything with these characters, or so I thought. Dun dun dun. I thought we were done with them. I thought it was over. And then I played the first chapter of the new story. And it takes place on Iolon. And for those that don't know, Iolon is Baphomet's homeworld. And it takes place with several cutscenes showing a young Baphomet that is not insane.
Huh.
Which goes against what we know about his character, because according to the first game, he was always insane. He was always an insane sociopath. But he's just not right now. And we don't know why. And then somebody comes like, hey, this timeline is just all kinds of screwed up. Like, this ain't the future this world was meant to have. And whisks our new protagonists away, and that's where the story ends. And you need to know that his last name is Ardalite, which I don't think they tell you, or if they mention it once offhandedly to be able to even finish chapter 1, because you have to manually type it in.
Huh.
So they expect you to have played the previous game's story, which is weird because they don't include it in the new client.
No. Not even a recap.
So there's that for the story. The story is my favorite part of Shadowverse, but the gameplay is not bad either. There's a lot of howling about the price changes and the way their monetization's done in the new game. But I think it is the most overblown internet howling that I've ever seen in my life.
My biggest gripe with Shadowverse so far is basically there's only one set of cards in there at the moment.
Well, yes, it just released.
It just released, so yeah, some decks just don't work at the moment.
Well, there's only one deck that is in
I still got a Chivo. I saw it.
What was it?
For beating five whatchamacallit says Abyss or whatever.
Oh, I see.
You got a Chivo. So it works.
It works.
Oh, right.
Remember?
Oh, okay. It took me a second to remember what you were talking about with the Chivos. Oh, okay, yeah. So there's only one class right now that is meme busted, and I did manage to win 5 rank matches with it total. So we'll get into the gameplay with it. There is just the base set out right now, but they're going to be fast tracking the first 2 sets after base set, so there is a bigger pool of cards. So we're only going to go like a month, maybe a month and a half before the first mini set will come out, or the first next expansion will come out. But what's the gameplay like right now? So the biggest thing they've done, there's 2 core fundamental changes to the gameplay that radically shift the way things work compared to the original Shadowverse. The first is the Super Evolve mechanic, where after turn 4, you can evolve your characters like normal, but both players get 2 regular evolve points, and now they also get 2 super evolve points, with the second turn player being able to evolve 1 turn before the first player. Now, what evolving does is it gives the follower +2 attack and +2 health, max health and and attack is flat anyway, but attack and max health, and it gives them rush, which allows you to attack other things on the field, but you can't attack the enemy's face. So you can.
Yes, there is rush and there is storm. Storm lets you go straight to face.
Yeah, storm lets you attack either the field or the face. Basically, storm is completely ignore summoning sickness. Rush is you can ignore summoning sickness as long as you're only attacking minions.
Yeah, you can't go face with rush.
So if you evolve something, you give it rush, and it gets a stat boost. Now, this is important because of the new super evolve mechanic. After 2 more turns, after you would normally unlock evolving, you can super evolve instead and use your 2 super evolve points. And you can only evolve once per turn. So if you super evolve or evolve, doesn't matter which one you use, you're only allowed to do 1 per turn. You can't do an evolve and a super evolve on the same turn, for instance. Now, what this means is, or rather what super evolve does, it makes it +3/+3 that the card gets in stats, which is fairly valuable. That's about a solid, in Magic terms, 3 mana worth of stats that you're just slapping on a card. And you're giving it rush, and you're giving it 2 other effects that are huge. The first one is you're making it so that the minion that is super evolved does not take damage on your turn.
Mm-hmm.
It can be destroyed if you play a card that destroys your own junk, but it cannot take any form of damage. And if that minion, which remember it gets rushed when it's super evolved, kills another minion, you will do 1 damage to the enemy's face. Which is relevant because a lot of the board clears right now are multi-attackers. So you'll play a character
which incidentally is not a keyword for some reason.
No, because in the last game, while there were multi-attackers, they were so infrequent that you didn't need a keyword for it. And I imagine that will be the same here. But there were a lot in the base set because it's a nice, slow starter form of removal for the game to baseline itself with.
Mm-hmm.
And this leads to an interesting conundrum because there's another fundamental gameplay change. For those that played the first Shadowverse, it was like a 60-40 win-loss rate when it came to going first, with it favoring going first by a lot. Now, most of the evolution changes I mentioned before were also in the first Shadowverse, but in this one, allowing them to super evolve a turn earlier, and on turns 1 through 6, they are allowed 1 additional mana they can spend whenever they want, once. So they can ramp once on turns 1 through 6, and they can do it again once after turn 6. If you're going second.
Yes. But that said, if you don't use the early one, you'd lose that.
Yeah, but you're realistically, with any sane constructed deck, you're going to have a curve that you're going to find somewhere to use it unless you just totally brick.
Yeah.
But so this means we have given going second so much power we've inverted the paradigm. Probably more than inverted it. Where going second is just objectively better.
All right, one more fight, and then that's the battle pass, man.
So this leads to interesting decisions when based on how things are going. Whenever you're going first or second, because you're going to play radically differently, because you just do not have the same resources going first, but you'll be able to get warm bodies on the board. Now, part of this is probably just because the pool of cards just ain't very big yet. But it is noticeable right now. Now, as for the decks, we do have a top tier deck, but it's not so top tier that the other good decks are unplayable. And that's Artifact Portal Hybrid, which is Artifact Portal with a little bit of Puppets splashed in. Puppets are just general good tempo plays because they're free, and they come and a lot of their cards just give them Puppets, and they are basically free board clears, where you put a little Puppet down, it has Rush, it's going to die at the end of your turn anyway, but you can use it to just remove whatever you want.
Just pop something, yeah.
Yeah, and you use these to keep the board from overwhelming you with aggro or whatever the other player's using before you get a chance to pump out your big wombo combo mix with the artifacts. So that's our tier 1 deck. Our tier 2 deck, which I actually have as one of my decks, is Spell Boost Rune, which is not as solitaire as it might sound if you know Shadowverse, because you have to still care about the board state a lot with this deck, because you cannot let it get out of hand or you're just going to die. But the way this deck works is cards will have the keyword Spell Boost, and then do something. And what Spell Boost means is anytime you play another spell from your hand while this card is in your hand, do whatever it says on the Spell Boost. Usually, 9 times out of 10, this has reduced the cost of this card by 1. And one of those cards costs 18 mana. The max mana you can have is 10. And it's reduced by 1 every time you play a spell from your hand. And the effect of this card is restore your mana to full, return your hand to your deck, draw 5 new cards, and spell boost those cards 5 times. So, essentially, take another turn and restock your resources and your hand.
Yep.
You can see where this deck's game plan is.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. You were doing that to me in the cave, Vol. So this deck is a lot of fun to play because while you can sit there and spam spells out of your hand and draw cards to get enough spells to go ham with to try and really ramp your spell boosts, the opponent's going to be playing crap on the board, and if you don't deal with it, you're going to die before you have a chance to play any of your big haymakers. So deciding when to play your spell boost stuff and when to try to play on the board and go for tempo plays is actually a lot of fun. So the 2 top tier decks right now are actually fairly interactive with the board and what the opponent's doing, and not totally brain dead to play. You have to kind of know what you're doing and make reasoned decisions every game that are not going to be the same decisions every single game, which is a healthy metagame state for a top tier deck sets to be. Because there will always be a top 1 and a top 2 deck. Like that's just the way TCGs work, especially in the era of net decking. You're not going to get around that. We're not in the era where everybody's homebrewing out of their tens anymore. But if you know the world must be this way, at least it is one that is healthy enough where each game has meaningful decisions every single time with the 2 current top decks, if you're playing either one. Or playing against them because you know what to look out for. And what they can potentially have is almost like Mahjong. And that you're like, if I play this, are they just going to call Roan on me and say, oh, by the way, I now have all artifacts in hand and can now summon the Super Mech because you didn't put any defenses down on the board? Or
It's totally not a Gundam.
Or do I think I can really push for damage right now and hope I can burn them down and call their bluff and say they have nothing? Now, it's not that uninformed. You can see them doing junk and what cards they're playing and intuit where they're going. And
if they're pushing for big mech, you can generally see that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it's incredibly obvious because of the fuse mechanic that I won't get into because it's too many words to fit on a show segment.
It's fiddly, yeah.
Yeah. So all the other crafts in the middle, Forest Craft is still you have to do math. Forest Craft's gimmick is tiny minions, cheap costs, swarm the board, and a keyword called combo, where it'll have combo and number. And if that many cards have been played before it this turn, you will get the combo effect, and the combo effects are usually really powerful. They have the Rad Roach deck again is back as the opener deck, and this means every Forest Craft player is doing calculus, and by calculus I mean simple addition and multiplication. But this is beyond 90% of the populace I've found, and they will take
something common core.
Yeah, it'll
Yes.
it means it will make them take 20 years to do their turn and still screw up the combo. But it is if you are not totally inept at math, it is a very, very powerful deck. All the other decks except for one are all in the middle and can win against the top decks, but you might be fighting an uphill battle depending on your matchup. For the mid-range decks, I like playing Swordcraft the most. That carries over from the first Shadowverse. I love Swordcraft in the first one. I thought the rally mechanics and things like that were really fun. They don't really have any of their keywords in play yet, and I hope they bring rally back. That was a really, really fun mechanic where and they seem to be indicating that way based on how the cards are currently structured of just summoning a bunch of dudes, where the card will have rally and number. And if you have summoned that many dudes before you play a card that has a rally effect, you'll get its rally effect if you've summoned whatever it specifies as the minimum number needed. So I really hope that comes back, because that deck is a lot of fun to play and a very swingy deck that makes for fun matches. But even without it, Swordcraft is still just fun because you're playing very high value board plays and always interacting with your opponent. The only deck that's been left out to dry is my other favorite craft, which, well, half of it anyway, because they mush Shadowcraft and Bloodcraft into one. I used to play Bloodcraft a lot. I loved Bloodcraft. And I did play Shadowcraft a bit, but I played mech Shadowcraft, not proper Shadowcraft in the last game. But, oh man, they mushed them both into Abysscraft. And I mentioned it last week, how it's just not doing very good. It's just bad. Like, there's nobody that has been able to make it work. There was one guy that was claiming he had somehow got a 70% win rate, and it turned out he was just a liar. That had everybody going. No, the deck is just trash. Where
The leader is currently a big Rory monster, so
well, not mine. I have Cerberus.
fair point.
I got the ticket for her on my.
You got the hand puppets.
Yes.
The hand puppets, yes.
They have names. They're Mimi and Coco.
They're hand puppets that take up spots on the field too.
Yeah, and that's basically your only win condition with Abysscraft, is to put a card
Get
on
her on the field.
Yeah, so what Cerberus does is, if at least 6 enemies followers have died and have given you 6 shadows in your graveyard, when you play her, all minions currently on the field get +2/+2. So, and there's a amulet they have that gives you 2 shadows without anybody having to die, and you can blow this thing up at any point to summon 2 ghosts, which are 1/1s with Storm. So you put this thing on the field right before your Coco turn. Or not your Coco turn. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, your Coco turn, but your Cerberus turn. You plunk Cerberus down, she summons Mimi and Coco, and then her necromancy effect triggers, and they all get +2/+2. And 3 of those things have Storm for a big face swing as your Haymaker win condition. The problem is you have to waste the entire turn beforehand in the late game doing a setup turn, which is not a good idea.
Especially since the enemy or your opponent gets a turn.
Yes. So now they can't really remove the amulet as things are right now. There's no remove amulet card.
Nope.
But wasting your turn 7 is a really bad idea, because every other craft has a real strong Haymaker turn 7. And Abysscraft has Medusa. Medusa's good board clear at turn 7. She will instantly destroy before damage calculation anything she attacks, and she can attack 3 times a turn. And they have to get rid of her, because if she stays on the board for a turn, she will just win you the game. So people will always save an answer for her, just in case of turn 7 Medusa. But she isn't the current, like, Runecraft is a really strong one on turn 7 that just poops out 3 other dudes that when they die, spell boost your hand 5 times. And one of them gets Storm and has Ward, and these aren't temporary minions, they're permanent, so they have to answer them with hard cards instead of just ending their turn to let them die. Like, that's their Haymaker turn 7. You know, Swordcraft has a character that when you play it, it buffs all your dudes on turn 6, actually, is when their Haymaker play is. And gives all your Swordcraft minions barrier, so they just soak 1 instance of damage, regardless of how big it is. And draws and restores play points and does all kinds of other crap. So it's one of the few wall of text cards in the game right now. Like, and Portalcraft has whatever the heck that wall of text called, the other wall of text called Orcus does. Now, Orcus is turn 8, but it hits a lot harder than Cerberus does. Without any setup.
Yeah. Don't want to mess with Orcus.
Yeah. But, yeah. And furthermore, Abysscraft is lacking in the mid-game. Every other class has some really strong mid-game options, like Albert, not Owlbur, but Albert, like A-L-B-E-R-T. Who's just a dude with Storm that you can keep in your hand till the very late game if for some reason you get stuck in a control matchup, and he can do a Haymaker swing for 12 damage to face if they don't have any wards up. Like, Runecraft has probably the best mid-game card at 5 mana with Anangrea, where they come out on the field. They're 1 unit, 1 card called Anangrea, and it poops them out, and then it poops a 5/5 out with Rush and Ward on it, so it can protect you, and it can remove a threat on the field. And if you need more removal for some reason, you can evolve Anangrea and do 3 damage to something else on the board. Bloodcraft has a dude for 5 mana that has garbage stats, like he's like a 4/5 at 5 mana, which is understated. He does 7 damage to your opponent's board, not their face, spread randomly.
Oh joy.
So if they know you're playing blood and it's coming up on your turn 5, everybody just vomits a ton of HP on the board. Because number 1, if they have more than 7 HP, your turn 5 play ain't going to be able to kill it, and you won't be able to break their board. And number 2, it's more chances for you to just miss the target you actually need to hit. And when you evolve him, he has a really strong evolve effect called do 3 damage to both leaders. So you're smacking yourself in the face for no benefit.
I hadn't actually looked at that card, but oh my.
And it's integral to winning, is you have to both have this card on turn 5, and it has the high roll. Like, Bloodcraft's just in or I keep calling it Bloodcraft, Abysscraft, is just in a really bad state right now. Because it has a bunch of
Why
cards.
they keep cutting themselves, man?
I don't know. At least when we cut ourselves before, we got a power-up from it. But it's like they assumed these effects were just strong enough on their own because of the health cost for like 1/1 more in stats, or because we have a bit of board damage on it, and they're just not. You're just getting yourself in trouble playing this.
We got a new puzzle here.
Oh, you got to use the.
It's not the most complicated puzzle in the world.
Use bat.
Use bat, get paint rock. Or use bat, get rock, move rock, paint rock. But yeah, it's been a challenge. I tried very hard, and I've just switched to my good old standby of Swordcraft and playing a bit of Runecraft when I need to try hard for some dailies or something. But the notable thing with Shadowverse Worlds Beyond is the absolute frenzy people have lost their mind over when it comes to the monetization. Now, I don't know what everybody was expecting. Everybody knows Cygames is generous with their gachas. They are the most...
What are you doing, Fern?
I don't know. I'm looking for.
Why are you trying to put a bomb there instead of the blue rock that's sitting up there?
That's And think that the rock that's telling you place rock here was the rock you had to place there.
I could see how he would miss that, to be fair. But so I've fallen back on good old trusty Swordcraft, and but yeah, people are blowing the monetization stuff just totally out of the water. They're giving
At the
out.
end of the day, it is a trading card game.
Well, they're also giving out a free pack a day now. So all the complaints that we don't get enough rupees to buy a pack every day, you get one for free when you log in. You don't even have to do the dailies.
Yeah, actually going through the tutorial and just everything through there and playing a few games just with the early launch events, I've got most of those for that first set of cards now.
I have the
didn't
entire.
even have to try.
I have at least one copy of every single card in the set. Now, I did buy the $50 pack, starter pack, but that
Yep.
for an entire card set in a TCG, that ain't bad.
That's not bad at all.
And what's more,
And cool.
in the lobby, all last week you got double rewards for doing it. But every day in the lobby, you can go into the little lobby where I was running around in last week, and you can
Oh, hang on,
play
Matt.
play one match at a table, and you will get you will get 2 chess keys. You got 4 last week, and you can go open the park chest every day depending on how many chess keys you got. And these don't reset in the day. You can accrue them if you want. For some reason you think holding on to them would be
If you really
beneficial,
must.
but I don't know why you would. And I've got 4 legendaries from that thing. So I've not had a problem crafting decks or having the dust to craft it. I have 3 functional decks now if you want to count Abysscraft as functional. I mean, it's built as good as you can build Abysscraft right now.
Technically speaking, you've won games with it.
Yeah. So and I've been playing for like 2 weeks. And
Yep.
all I've really been doing is the daily quests and the story mode and the practices that are available at the start and the little bingo missions. That's it.
But Zogam, you can't build the most meta deck in the game on day 1.
Yeah. Like
Look good.
it took you till the end of week 1. Like people just flew off the handle without thinking about all the extra crap they've got to help ease the increase in rupee cost. Like if they had kept the old rupee costs, nobody would buy a pack ever.
Yeah. So it's just, yeah, stop whinging.
Yeah, I really think this is just comically overblown. Because I don't know about you, but being able to build 3 whole complete decks that are meta viable by the end of week 2 of a TCG launching seems pretty dang generous to me.
Technically speaking, it's a gacha game, and there's a rule that a gacha game has to have a terrible community.
Yeah.
That seems more true than anything else.
And I'm not been I was lucky in that I got Cerberus's ticket, but that doesn't come with her card. I had to pull her card. And I have mostly just been going on the pity legendaries you get once every 10 packs. Like I've not been super lucky with getting legendaries themselves. So yeah, it's just totally overblown. Oh my goodness. On and out of nowhere. And it's been really driving me nuts because it makes discussion of the actual game hard to find because the community has just flipped the F out about this without thinking about it.
Yeah. They see bigger number equals bad.
Yeah, they're like, oh, we only get half the rupees we used to. You have daily rewards from a park chest that include legendaries that me and others have reported is incredibly high in rate relative to how many of these chests you open. And you're given free packs every day. And the Battle Pass now gives premium currency as a refund if you want to go that route and actually play the video game.
Yeah, and 10 packs to get a guaranteed legendary isn't bad.
No, and there was no guarantee system in the last game. There was no legendary pity. Now, it'd be incredibly hard for you not to get a legendary at 10 packs in the last game. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's
just to have it guaranteed there just eliminates the run of bad luck you could get.
yeah.
So they basically eliminated the worst aspect of TCGs, and people are mad about
Basically,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, they're mad because they're used to being able to build an entire meta deck on day one. Yeah, that they're the only change that would have some validity, if not for the raw amount of income that we have. It doesn't, because we do have this level of income. Would be you need to have 3 copies of a card before you can liquefy it into dust that you can use to craft cards. But at the rate of free packs and crap you get, this won't be a problem. Like I've already,
Yeah, it's not going to be an issue.
yeah, I've already stopped buying packs of the current pack, and am now just stockpiling rupees for the next set. So, yeah, it seems fine to me. Works on my machine. Don't know what's wrong with y'all. We're gonna go fight the boss.
Is there a boss down here?
I don't know if you can activate this just by itself, or if you need to turn it on first.
Does it count as a person you need to talk to that you can't in co-op?
Might. You also don't you have to turn
Yeah.
some of these on through like a little event in the area or something?
Maybe. I don't remember. It's been a while.
Honestly, I probably shouldn't be here anyway.
Yeah, this is Sitlolly Town. We're going back to Mavlika
Yeah.
Town.
Let's go over this way.
So yeah, that's
Take the cat with me, though.
that's Shadowverse. I'm having fun with it. I can plonk an hour or two in a card game a day, pretty easy, and just have fun with it while
Yeah.
I'm watching something on the other monitor.
I've
Especially
had fun with it. I'm not very good at it, but I've had fun with it.
on my guild, so I get guild points.
About that. I've run into a weird bug where I can't actually type anything into the game.
What?
Yeah, I know.
I guess
I
you're stuck
can't-
with the story thing because you said you're going to type that name.
Yeah, you can't do.
It's not every text box, but it seems like the ones that are going to cause the most inconvenience. Like
Unplug your controller.
the friends list.
Yeah,
Well, the controller is unplugged.
Unplug it harder.
That was the first thing I tried.
I would just restart the computer. That sounds like some device is eating something.
Something's going wrong. Yeah, it's not playing nice for something.
I've not heard of anybody having that problem. That sounds like a Fern issue.
It is, because I've found people who've maybe mentioned similar things, but not this one specifically. So yeah.
Yeah. So
Anyway,
either way, you still try and join my guild. So
I should, because there's freebies in there for it.
yes, you get free rewards if you're in a guild at the end of every cycle, and the more people that are in your guild and playing, the more guild quests you can do, and the bigger your rewards will be at the end of the cycle. Also, I've leveled up the guild enough on my own for us to have a hockey rink.
That's right. That's a thing, isn't it? You build your guild house.
Yeah. So the really cheapo mini games survived as add-ons for the guild house.
Was it worth delaying the game for?
No, and we still don't know what the fudge happened there. I would love to get answers on that. We are not going to ever find out what happened.
No, Cygames is
Any more than we find out what happened to Pinecone Global.
Yeah, I like something went horribly wrong. Is all that we know.
Yep. And basically, it's Crunchyroll's fault.
Well, that's Pinecone was Crunchyroll's fault. Something went
Yes.
horribly wrong with Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, and why it had to be delayed by a year.
That was also Crunchyroll's fault. I don't care if that's true. It's Crunchyroll's fault.
I mean, I could take that. But
That's also the community attitude towards it. They don't know what happened, but it was Crunchyroll's fault.
They were counting on Pinecone Global revenues for development, and they didn't show up.
There you go. That's some logic to it.
But yeah.
So let's go with that.
So much like the previous game, I will on and off play it whenever I've got I just kind of want to log in and play a TCG now that it's alive again. I was forced to stop playing the last one because a year ago they're like, oh, new game's coming out in like 2 months. We're letting this last set run its course through rotation, and then we're putting this game in maintenance mode. Month later, oh, by the way, the next game is delayed for a year. Oh,
Yeah.
so now
That's why most people don't believe FGO2 will ever happen, even if they keep talking about it, because as soon as somebody finds out, it will destroy their revenues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or if they do have it happening, it will be dang near ready to go by the time they announce it.
Well, the thing is that the rate things that leak in the industry these days, that will basically be an impossible scenario to maintain.
Yeah.
Like the accounts that exist in the community for FGO now are so outrageously invested, both with time and money, that the shockwaves of declaring that it will be made obsolete are likely to be incredibly destructive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with Shadowverse, it wasn't just leaks or rumors, it was an official announcement that said the game's still going into maintenance mode. We've made all the content for it, but there will be no updates for an entire year while we work on the next game that we thought was going to be out in 2 months. So we were just stuck with a dead game for a year.
Hey, you rewatch the story.
Hey, that is true.
Yeah.
And rewatch the story. But yeah, the only reason to play the original Shadowverse now is to play the story, and you can grab They include the Princess Connect trial decks if you don't have decks of your own. So
Oh, nice.
so if you want to go enjoy a story and have some trauma by using the Pinecone decks,
Reopen those old wounds.
you can do both at the same time.
Everyone's happy.
Yeah, but that's pretty much all the old game's good for. Its population had effectively died when that announcement hit. Like we were dropping to like 1,000 or less players on Steam on the reg for the OG game, and we skyrocketed up to like 200,000 something on Steam, and the numbers have been doing gangbusters apparently for Worlds Beyond, despite all the absolute community flip out.
Well, you say community flip out, but it's going to be like 3 content creators and their particular squads of cronies.
It was enough to get Shadowverse the lowest rated game on Steam and the Apple Store for a while.
I mean, that's
Considering
not
what's
really
going on
that
in
hard
the
because
the mod
mostly
market
people
at
don't
the
leave
moment.
ratings.
Yeah, but it means that it had spread, and oh boy, the sentiment has just been so toxic that everybody just seems to be on board with this without actually thinking for 2 seconds. It's incredibly frustrating. And good luck trying to find, in a way, in a twisted silver lining, it has provided an environment where not everybody can meta deck because nobody can find any dang information on what's good.
Because everybody's just whinging.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I mean, realistically, Outrage is probably the most saleable product in the world today.
Yeah, so
Truth.
So like if I'm going around looking for how Portalcraft works, I'm not seeing any deck lists or anything. I'm seeing like the one that the meta snapshot guys do, but it's not very good. It's like that's not
So
the one.
what you're saying is that there's actually secretly is an Abysscraft deck out there that's a real sweeper.
No. No. Because
Yeah.
Cerberus's other effect that gives her her actual value is when you evolve her, you can resurrect 2 minions that cost 1, pulled randomly from all the 1-cost minions you've played that have died. Now, this means you cannot run any 1-cost minions in your deck because you want to resurrect Mimi and Coco.
Also, if there's no viable targets, so we'll pull for those two.
No, but she summons Mimi and Coco, who cost 1 when you play her regardless, and then you can just suicide
Right.
Mimi and Coco into something, and then evolve her and have Mimi and Coco come back. And Mimi and Coco have really strong effects when they die.
Compared to their cost, to their nominal cost.
Yeah, it's like smack the opponent for 3 and heal yourself for 4. Like, you want to use Mimi and Coco. But this means you can't play any one-cost cards, so you have no tempo, even if you're going first. The one advantage that going first has. So if you go first as Abysscraft, you're just boned.
I've been in the same problem with Dragoncraft. Actually, it's like there are no one-cost decks
Yeah,
cards
but
at all.
Dragoncraft doesn't need it because Dragoncraft's a ramp deck.
Yeah, with only 2 ramp cards.
That's fine. It's still ramps. And when it pops off in the mid game to late game, it goes so hard that if they have not been playing aggro, you're going to crush them.
Yep. Once your special effect kicks in, was it overdrive, overrun? I forget what they actually ended up calling it.
Overload.
And Abysscraft has hand puppets.
Yeah, Mimi and
Yep.
Coco. I love Mimi and Coco. Their English voices are adorable. These 2 little puppy hand puppets. But it just ain't enough. So that's the state of Shadowverse. If you want to come play with me, let me know. I'll add you to the friends list. I'll throw you in the guild if you want that, and can have some fun with it. Make a deck. Well, if you do the bingo missions that all gacha games seem to include nowadays, for your starting off the game stuff, you'll unlock one starter deck to get you started.
Game loves the bingo missions.
All the gachas seem to love the bingo missions now. Even DJ Maxx has bingo missions now for accounts starting out.
Oh, it did too. Yeah.
Still haven't fired that up. I don't have the time.
So yeah, I've been going through the Shadowverse story again, and I've been trying to figure out Worlds Beyond and get a handle on the baby starter decks for our first set, and having a good time doing it because the net decking, while it exists to a degree because there just aren't that big a pool of cards to choose from right now, every deck's still a little bit different even within the same class and deck type. And the top tier decks are fun to play as and against because there's active decision making. So I think it's actually an okay spot as far as a card game right now. And I'm looking forward to seeing more, and I'm glad I have a TCG to play again.
I'm going to raid your teapot, Vol.
I'm going to get kicked out of the world.
Yeah, I'm just going down the battle pass and doing stuff. So I go and buy from your traveling salesman.
Oh, Vol, I need your teapot too. Oh, I'm getting cutscene by Yelan and catching as soon as we left. Apparently doing it in multiplayer cleared a condition, and then when we return to my world, I'm getting cutscened on.
Oh, right.
No, I didn't get anything. Oh, no, hold on. I just moved like 1 inch and it put me in the trigger zone.
Right.
Actually, Vol, do you have any designs on these Natland resources? Because if you don't, I'm going to steal them. Oh, I can't steal them. Oh.
That's my garden, man.
I know, right? You do that. You visit your friend's place. You steal all their vegetables.
What is this face?
Is that a thing? Is that what you do in Australia?
Actually, yes.
Lumine, what are you doing, girlfriend? What is that face?
Oh, the smug face?
Oh, it's the cat face you got going on right now. The cat smug face.
Probably been hanging out with Stell and becoming more of a goober.
Yeah. Anyway, we should do some news if you got nothing else.
Yep. I'm just distracted by trying to take in as much of this cutscene as fast as possible because I can't watch it again. Because Genshin.
All right. Well, we'll dive on to Mario Kart because we foreshadowed that stupidly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, not last week, week before, we were talking about Mario Kart and how their selection of tracks in multiplayer is dumb.
So, to reiterate for the people that don't know, In Mario Kart World right now, when you go online to play an online regular racing match, uh, you can join off of your friends to try and all get in the same lobby if there's enough slots open, and it'll just match make people in that solo queue into it over time. And anytime a race starts, or rather, anytime a race ends, it will then pop up with voting for the next race. 3 of the courses will be adjacent to the course you're currently on, and there will be a random select button. Now, the way it used to work was if you picked the random select button, you were guaranteed to get a race that was 3 laps on a race that was nowhere near where you're at. It would be on the actual track the whole time. If you picked one of the adjacent ones and actually voted on one of the courses to select it, you would have to play what people call the intermission track, which is mostly a straightaway with just a few bits of off-road you can shortcut across. But otherwise, it's just a mosh pit in a straight line, and the pack stays naturally clumped together the whole way through the straightaway because there's so many items and chaos going on, and the further up in the pack you are, the more chaos is coming your way because they've changed the power items to only hit enemies in front of you. So the pack stays very condensed, driving on these long straightaways and these intermission tracks on the way to the one lap you'll actually do on the track itself.
Yes.
So most people had caught onto this and just started. It became a standard practice to just always pick random in lobbies. And the reason you would do this is because you were guaranteed to get a proper race in every single random match you did. You would get 3 laps on whatever course it randomed. They have now changed it so that random has a 75% chance to make you play an intermission track.
Yep.
What are they trying to accomplish exactly?
They want people to engage with their open world, which has no reason to engage with it.
Yeah, but nobody's ever bought Mario Kart because it has an open world before, but they still bought it.
Yeah. It's their new big feature, which is they're apparently very, very proud of. But it really just doesn't add anything to the game, from what I can tell.
Yeah, it is really boring.
Yeah,
And
actually, in this case, it actively detracts from the game.
yeah. And these intermission tracks, while they're pretty to look at the first time you drive through each one, they're the most boring things in the world to play. Because they're just straight lines. And the most effective strategy that is becoming standard online play if you get an intermission course is to bag. You sit there, don't get the start boost on purpose, and just don't drift, don't take any of the quote unquote shortcuts, and just drive the straight line highway with your butt on the ground, firmly in like 18th place or something, and get as many power items as you can and get up to the max number of coins you can hold so that you've got max top speed. And then when you hit the final lap on the actual race, you wait for the next blue shell to come through, and then you keep those power items you've had and you just blow them. And that's when you really go for it and try and pull ahead. Because while you're driving that intermission track, remember, power items now only hit people in front of you. They don't like the lightning bolt does not hit people behind you anymore. So all you got to do is just get to the last lap, have held your power items, and then just blow them out all out as soon as a power item drops, and just zoom in front of everybody during that last lap.
Yep.
And this has made it so bad that everybody who played Mario Kart because they like the gameplay of Mario Kart, even though the driving in world is really fun, like being able to do the drifts and the hops in this game feels really good. The types of shortcuts you can take with the charge jump and stuff that just are impromptu, and the wall ride mechanic and all that stuff is a ton of fun. But it's not worth having to do these intermission tracks. So people are going back to Mario Kart 8.
Yeah.
And
On the plus side, it's been really easy to get a group match in Mario Kart 8 now.
Yeah. Well,
Everyone's back.
people were playing Mario Kart 8 for the last several weeks before launch because they were all in Switch mood.
Yes.
But you're seeing a not insignificant amount of people going back to Mario Kart 8, and it's just like Nintendo's like, oh, we see you always picking random, and this has become standard. We can't have that anymore. We need you to engage with our open world. We spent all our marketing budget on this.
Yeah. What do you mean you don't like it?
And I don't care how you want to play the video game. This is how I'm telling you you're going to play the video game.
I mean, realistically, they can be as auteur as they want because you guys still gave them money.
Yeah, that's true. But it's not good for the life cycle of their game and the DLC sales in the future if everybody quits.
No, it is not.
And
No, because everybody always goes back every time there's a new DLC coming out. So maybe they've changed things. Maybe it's better now.
oh boy, does Mario Kart like its DLC. Mario Kart 8 was probably one of the most egregious cases of DLC spam from Nintendo, period. Like, they had something until Deluxe came out. Wasn't it like, I want to say it was 8 or 9 bundles for $20 each or something?
It got on a bit. If you don't count the Wii U version of Mario Kart 8, I think it was like 5 in the end.
Okay. So 5 were Switch exclusive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U had 1, I want to say.
I think it had way more than that.
1? No, hang on. It had the Zelda one and it had the Animal Crossing one, so 2.
Yeah. So I still recall it having even more than that for some reason. I could be crazy. But
Possibly.
yeah, I don't know why you would do this. I would think you want to keep your player count as high as possible going into your DLC releases, especially presumably because they'll have one coming out with Donkey Kong. Like, it doesn't even it makes so little sense why they would do this. It doesn't make sense from a financial perspective. It doesn't make sense from a goodwill with the player's perspective. It's just totally
that one. Cool.
Yeah, well, Nintendo hadn't cared about that one to begin with, but if you think about it purely cynically, it's still something you can use.
Oh yeah, it's a currency.
But yeah, never mind that they burned a lot of it with Switch 2, and even people that have bought the Switch 2 either bought it reluctantly or because they just really like Nintendo's IPs, or were hostaged into it.
Yeah.
by the ever present, well, my friends and or family hasn't wants to play with me, but they aren't really attached to it to begin with. Like that's you're gonna burn that out eventually.
Yeah, and I think they're actually kind of hitting that point.
Nintendo has, because they have the last few exclusives, they have an artificially inflated health pool when it comes to goodwill, I think. Just because they don't release their crap on anything else. You have to get it on Nintendo. And the Nintendo fanboys are crazy and numerous.
Yeah.
Well, it's not just the fanboys though. It's like none of your family are fanboys.
Oh, one of my cousins that got the Switch 2, it definitely is.
Yeah, but that's what percentage of your immediate family own the sodding thing?
1, 2, 3,
like it's
4,
just
5.
It's a matter of the fact that the majority of their install base are totally undiscerning and totally uncritical.
Yeah.
They will buy and use literally anything, and they will not even understand the criticisms that you make of it.
But yeah. It's it is just more reason to be wary of Nintendo products for those of you that do have a brain. Know what you're getting into, because Nintendo is now looking like they're actively coming just to mess with you for no reason. Is what it seems like after this. because I do not see a logical reason to do this. Like,
Yeah.
I you you know what you're getting into when you buy this. At least I can't make purchase decisions for you because number one, I did get peer pressured into getting one. But also, so the best I can really do for you is just tell you that know what you're getting into, and know Nintendo is already making even more cynical moves post the price shenaniganery of this game.
Yeah, it's one of the big reasons I'm holding off. The other reason is, of course, there's nothing to play on it.
Yeah, there's just Mario Kart World, which is the most $40 game I've ever seen.
Yeah, it is not $80 worth it. It's a Mario Kart. We know what we're getting into with Mario Kart.
Yeah, even
RSL was relentlessly shilling for Donkey Kong last week.
oh yeah, I was saying how the
Honestly, yeah, Donkey Kong looks interesting. Looks good.
yeah,
A lot of people don't like Donkey Kong's new design, but I don't mind it. He's a lot more expressive.
I don't like his new design.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's not the best, but I don't mind it.
I don't hate it, but I don't like it. I would be happier with the old design, but I'm not offended by the new design.
Yeah, some people, oh boy, they're getting right up in arms about it. But that's the way fandoms tend to go. They tend to take things way too seriously.
Really? What is the? I don't know what Donkey Kong looks like other than the vaguest image in my mind. So
A gorilla
I'm not
with a necktie. That's it.
Hang on,
well, so how is this not a gorilla with a necktie?
I'm working on it. Hang on.
Yeah.
Because is this like a Chris Chan Sonic's arms aren't blue thing, or
Old Donkey Kong.
right? Yeah, he looks like a gorilla.
Yep.
A better picture than that.
Probably not, actually.
There we go.
On your,
That'll work.
He still looks like a gorilla. He looks like a Pixar gorilla now, though.
Yeah, it's just it's just a little too,
cartoony.
It's not as iconically DK to me.
But I mean, DK. I suppose the thing is, DK is supposed to be like a heel face turn villain, right?
Supposedly, it was Cranky Kong that was the villain in the original Donkey Kong.
Except,
yeah, that's not what the game was called, though, was it?
Well, he was also called Donkey Kong in those days.
Well, yeah, Cranky Kong was apparently the OG Donkey Kong.
Is it a title? Like,
well, Cranky Kong was the OG Donkey Kong, and Donkey Kong we know is the Donkey Kong Jr. from Donkey Kong Jr.
No, that's Donkey Kong. That's Cranky Kong's son, who is also now was renamed to Donkey Kong. And then we have the current Donkey Kong, which is the son of that Donkey Kong.
Is that how it goes? I'm not up to date on my full DK lore, Fern.
This is even more retarded than people trying to make sense of the Zelda timeline.
Yeah, don't. It's just dumb.
No,
I think that's the entire point of it. It's just there to be dumb.
I think I would enjoy breaking down the Donkey Kong timeline more just because it's it's stupid going into it. The Zelda timeline people take it way too serious.
Yeah,
well, it's because Zelda gives a very strong impression that there should be a coherent timeline, and it's totally not.
But
there's so many problems with the Zelda setting that the Zelda setting laps like it doesn't have problems.
Yeah,
yeah.
And like everybody over a certain age knows that Link is a Christian. Except that you wouldn't know, would you, anymore?
Oh, right. The magic books in the NES games were like Bibles, weren't they?
No, there's like heaps of old key art in that of like Christian churches and Link praying in them and that sort of thing.
Huh.
Like really old stuff. Because it was originally like And like with a lot of fantasy worlds, it started off being pretty much this world but with magic type of thing.
Yep.
The same deal as like how, you know, Warcraft started off as a Christian structured cosmology, and then they realized that they had to jettison all of that because it would make people mad.
That didn't really hold together too well anyway.
Well, no, because they were just going with the sort of the images that were around to work with. They
Yeah.
didn't think about it very much.
But yeah, I am hopeful of the new Donkey Kong game. It'll be if the new Donkey Kong game is not good, I will turn from highly cautioning people to being outright caustic to the Switch 2.
The idea of hanging the entire console on Donkey Kong seems like it's already in bad territory.
I mean, I have not exactly given it the system a glowing review yet.
No.
I mean, it's got one game and you are not happy with it.
Yeah.
One not particularly great game.
Yeah, but you buy the thing for first party single player IPs. For the most part.
You buy it for Monster Hunter. And now there's no Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
There's no Monster Hunter.
I would buy it for the next Bayonetta game, but I don't ever want to see a Bayonetta game after Bayonetta 3.
There was one game you liked on the Switch. What was it? There was some action game.
Oh,
which had, like,
I
two
did
characters or something.
Yeah, I liked Astral Chain. That was pretty good. Another platinum game.
Oh, yeah, I've never actually gotten around to playing that one yet.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I kind of forgot it exists.
I did play it in kind of a fugue called Florida. So anything might have been good now that I think back on it in retrospect, but I have good memories of playing the game. Like, I had fun with it.
Yeah, looks like a fun concept and all that.
But it might have gotten a boost from me being stuck in the middle of nowhere with nothing to do.
Anything is better than Florida.
I don't like the beach. Like, the only activity I enjoy on the beach is fishing.
My Switch has a thick layer of dust on it now. Like, it was definitely... I definitely enjoyed playing Rise and Sunbreak and Monster Hunter Stories and so forth, but, you know, I don't know if it's really a system seller. It's just the sort of the captive market at the time for that particular branch of Monster Hunter. But now I'm not even sure how I feel about Monster Hunter. Like, it was a system mover for me before, but with how badly they've dropped the ball with Wilds, like, and it's the reason why it's not a deal breaker is because there's good ideas in Wilds. Everything has been like sloppy execution, like really sloppy execution. Like, sure, you can say, oh, well, the monsters are too squishy, or the wounds are too powerful, or the weapons are unbalanced, or whatever. These are all things that are going to go up and down with time and with new generations of the game. The idea that the player should not have to hunt the monsters, though, and that they should be get in a taxi and the cab will take them to the monster and then they fight the monster. That's an idea that needs to be scrapped because they've been moving in its direction for several versions now. And the idea that you don't need to worry about whether the game actually works when you launch it is also something that should be scrapped. Like, if you look at PlayStation 5 version, you're looking at like 85-90% ratings generally. PC not so much.
No, because it does not play nice on PC.
Yeah.
Yeah. It apparently it runs butter smooth on the PS5 because of the walled garden optimization environment that you get to work on with a console. And on PC, it's just a disaster, and they don't seem to really care for some reason.
Yeah.
Despite the damage it's doing to their brand.
Yeah. Don't know with Monster Hunter. You know, if the game actually worked, I could stomach the difficulty of the farmable and regular content. If the game would actually boot, like, at least I don't have to go farm spirit birds in this one.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the only reason I have hope for Monster Hunter generally is that they scrapped Spiro Birds entirely, which means that they are willing to scrap something that they hung a major system on.
Oh boy, that was the worst idea ever. How did
That
that get?
was
How did that get out of
ugh.
the boardroom?
Yeah, that was a mistake that should not have happened.
I would like for them to scrap the new meal system as well. I don't
Yeah,
like the
I'd
meal
really
system
just
in
rather go back.
Wilds.
Yeah, like especially
I miss
because
Meowscula, and I miss the convenience. I would take the Dango. I'd be happy with the Dango. I'd be happy with Meowscula. I'm not happy with the current system at all. It's a pain in the neck, and it feels like you can't plan around it unless you want to spend a shit ton of time farming.
especially because of the randomness of free meals. Like you get one, okay, cool, I got a free meal going, and you'll this in your brain goes, okay, I'll forget about it. But maybe
I just don't get the carving one. Like I see you get the carving one all the time, but I just don't get it. It doesn't happen for me.
it's okay. Zoshia won't drop an orb for me anyway.
But it just means that the either the randomness is crippled or it's not random and you still can't execute on getting what you want.
But yeah,
You're just offended by those thorns, Fern.
What's that?
You're just offended by those thorns.
Yes, but also because I'm going to do the ley line because that's part of the battle pass. And yeah, thorns and ley lines and web flowers tend not to play nice very much together. Yeah, all right. As far as the only other bit of news that really caught my attention this week is there's a set for Xbox coming now. It's the Quest 3. That's it. That's the headset.
Oh, the Meta Quest with Xbox integration.
Well,
This is like as Xbox as that the whatchamacallit, the ROG Ally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a MetaQuest 3S, except it's black and green.
You don't need to claim these to get credit, you know, Fern.
I know, but I see the chest icon there, and I go to it like a moth. This is the one over there. There's only 20 of these stupid things, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if I'm not doing ley lines throughout the week because I'm low on Mora, which is often, but if I'm
Yes.
not, the ley line weekly is the one I skip.
Because they're just not fun.
I will go
I do
do
them.
I will go do Genius
Because I'm in
Invocation
Whistles.
before. Oh, you're in Whistle Hell still?
No, I'm out of Whistle Hell now. But but I keep doing them because I know I'll end up right back there the next time that there's a character that uses them. Well, they probably released them all at this point.
Yeah, I've switched them back to mushrooms.
Yeah, there might be an event character somewhere down the line that will throw you back into Whistle Hell. That'll be it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Maybe.
But yeah, I don't have much commentary on this. Like my Quest 3 is working just fine. I could still play Walkabout Mini Golf, and the new Into the Radius is making progress, but it's still got a bit.
Yeah. Frankly, everything I need for VR is on the PC. So it's nice. It would have been kind of cool if Microsoft had actually bothered to make their own headset, but never mind
I mean,
that.
if I decided that I was going to get into it, I certainly wouldn't be doing it via the Xbox.
No.
No.
Like, how am I supposed to get all the bits and pieces of middleware that I want?
It's the middleware that makes it work too.
Speaking of which, Fern, we should play some golf again at some point.
We should play some golf again at some point.
That is the simplest game, but it is the best game for just dicking around.
Yeah.
It doesn't do anything to make me think that the time for VR has come, though. If
No.
it still boils down to, well, the only thing people really want to do on a regular basis is the toy that you just muck about with.
There is an element to that too, but yeah, a lot of the big end games that kind of use VR now have, in a lot of cases, have actually aged out of it. The VR technology has moved beyond using whatever those games were cobbled together with, so they don't work so good anymore.
We got Arkham Shadow as an addition to that roster that really has shown us where VR can keep going. But it's just
Hmm.
nobody's developing for VR to take the ideas that people are figuring out and really roll with it. Like that,
Considering Unreal 5 has VR built into it, though, a lot of games really could just do it.
I mean, I appreciate you people putting money into it for development purposes, but it's like I really can't bring myself to do it because to me it has very little value. It's not valueless, but it has very little value until it hits that sort of full dive MMO level type of logic.
Yep. And we
Like
need a proper.
there's nothing enticing for me between, you know, Half-Life Alyx, which was how many years ago, and Sword Art Online. Like what goes in the gap between those?
Yes. A whole bunch of experimental crap. Where am I going next? Dogway.
But the thing is,
Dogway.
like, on one hand, you get there by having people put money into the idea by selling the product, right? But on the other hand, when you are just shilling the incomplete product, you spend a lot of time losing customer confidence that the product is worth it to begin with.
yeah, it's also in the games development culture we're in right now. It's just very creatively low on juice, and when people are committed enough to make an idea that they think is a good idea, get fully fleshed out, and really try to make a fun and good product, you know, they're having to accept right now that just ain't gonna have any investor money behind it. They're not gonna be able to market the dumb thing. And
I mean,
Yeah.
if you look at it though, like the games that are really doing well are not compatible. They're just not compatible, and people pursue what works, right? That's the problem with the last 20 years of games development is that nobody ever tries anything new because the money will only the cost of development is so high that you have to secure money that only goes to the things that have been proven to work. And none of those things are not AI, are VR because they are required to be within a certain proximity of something that already exists, and VR almost by definition can't be.
Hmm.
And so, you know, if you look at what has been a success in some degree lately, well, there is the Hoyo stable and all of the games that have decided to become derivative of it. Some of them people say, oh, they've surpassed the original Hoyo games, and you know, then the community has a big fight about it, etc., etc. But this is a formula that works. Your gacha game with your power, your battle pass, and your sort of expensive world with a whole bunch of lore and lots of characters that people find appealing to look at and want to own. So that's one model that works. If you move along to look at another model, you've got, you know, your long-running niche franchise that is trying to branch out and bring more people in, like Monster Hunter, which is going to have mixed results as they dilute the core down in order to bring more people in. Okay, so that's something that works kind of. Like, even if their rating on Steam is really poor, they made a lot of sales out of it.
They did.
If you move along a little bit, then you've got, you know, your Elden Ring and Friends, all of the games occupying that genre, which is hotness right now. Like there's not really any good way to bake VR into that because the amount of fine control required to replicate that feeling of precision and accomplishment doesn't exist in VR. End of story. The technology for you know, fine motor control in VR has barely moved. It is not significantly better than some of the earliest examples that I tried. It is better, it is measurably better, but it is not significantly better, and doesn't let you accomplish anything that you could describe as precision. So that's not compatible either. But it is what's successful right now. It's what people are putting money into. And you can keep moving along and along and along. There's no concept, no gaming concept has been established to be the thing that you do on VR that you can't do elsewhere and is not just a toy or a gimmick. And that's what they need. They
Yeah,
need
they need
something
to
that is
find
uniquely
their thing.
theirs.
The closest thing I can think of, at least on the AAA end of things, would probably be Elder Scrolls 6 if Bethesda bothered. But there's a very high probability that Bethesda,
you,
at least at launch, won't bother and they will sell it as a separate
I'm
product.
about to say that's
I mean, I can see that argument for that as a
Bethesda.
genre because it's a game where the action aspects of it have like a staggering amount of slop, so nobody's ever going to bother to accuse them of not being precise enough, and it's all about immersion in a fantasy world. So I can sort of see that as being like one vector you could take to move towards the full dive MMO sort of experience. That is what everybody is ultimately looking at in terms of where
Yep.
they want to be. But there needs to be an install base, right? So how do you get the install base to justify that work?
Yeah.
You need that hardware in everybody's house already.
Yeah. If Bethesda really wanted to push it forward, they absolutely could. But I very much doubt they will.
it would cost.
What's gonna push it forward is going to be something retarded like the metaverse. Like
Unless someone actually makes sort out online.
As much of a retardation as that is, like that really is the way to go, because that's what put computers in everybody's house to begin with, was the social aspect of computers.
Mm-hmm.
That's what gave the install base. Like Skyrim became a phenomenon not by Elder Scrolls aficionados all continuing to support the franchise. It became a phenomenon by shilling itself to literally everybody at a time where everybody finally had a computer.
Yep. Not to mention everything that is not a computer that also runs it.
I mean, it's not quite Doom, but
It's not quite Doom, but it's getting there.
they do that joke in the Blue Archive pajama party event, because one of them decides that one of them mentions that they call it Boom in Blue Archive. It's we could play Boom, and it's like we don't have a system for that, so how can we play it? It's like, no, you don't need a system for it. As long as you've got the code, you can run it on anything.
Yes. Saw one that actually popped up the other day. Apparently someone got it to run on a pregnancy test, so
I
don't know
couldn't tell if that was a
deep
meme or if that was real.
I couldn't either. Because are you serious, or are you just playing the meme? I have no clue. Because at this point, it's happened so often you just don't know. But yeah, it'll be honestly, it will be something stupid that will probably push it forward. But
it's going to be something that everybody wants to be a part of, regardless. They need this hardware now. They need this hardware. See, the thing with a PC is that a PC can do a bunch of things, whereas VR can only do VR games presently. Like, what else can you use it for? Is there even anything in the VR space that is not a video game, as far as domestic use, commercial consumption is concerned? Like, I know that there's various uses for VR and training in various professions and medicine, etc., etc. That exists, yeah, but nobody needs that in their house.
No, there's a few interactive classroom apps I've seen, and ultimately people use VR chat for that as well. But that's probably as close as you're going to get along those lines at the moment.
Whenever I go super dumpster diving, just looking for anything in VR, the only thing I see aside from video games is porn.
I have not looked that deep yet.
I have gone on
that deep.
I've gone on the generic Google search for most popular things on VR. And it doesn't take much scrolling down any of the given pages before it starts listing out. That is clearly not something you want people to see on your monitor.
Like, oh, yep, those are boobies.
Well, the ones I looked at were just text, but the text was clear enough that you could understand what it was.
It's still a game about boobies. Yeah, that sounds surprising.
So nauseatingly unhealthy. Quite aside from it being sinful, so nauseatingly unhealthy that it probably also kind of grotesque in execution anyway. Like, I don't think that at some point it's going to cease to be fantastical enough to be appealing, surely.
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
kind of
So
reach
Have you
there's going to
toss
be
that
an
up
upper
into
limit on
Natalie
how
Fine.
much detail you want.
There are people that can find feet attractive, and do and are like, yes, feet please all day, every day. So I'm not
I
putting
can't
anything
tell how
past
many
anybody.
people. I'm not. I can't tell how many people are actually fetishists like that, and how many people have memed themselves or been memed by somebody else into being that way inclined.
Which
Because it's
actually
such a
reminds
meme.
me, on a semi-tangential note based on feet, Guru's had an indie debut like right now.
Yeah, I was going to look at it before the show, but I ended up oversleeping.
Yeah. Yeah, look at it
But
later.
she's not pretending anything. Like this is, it almost comes off like a deliberate thumb in the eye to Hololive, to be honest.
She's just the same person.
This like so little conceptual distance between Saba and Gura.
Well, considering that Saba was a character before Guru, wasn't she?
No, Saba is a new character.
Okay.
She was
She had a
Shinzawa
different.
before, wasn't
Yeah,
she?
she was Shinzawa before.
Okay.
Yeah. Just a generic anime girl, basically. But
Yep.
Saba's like aggressively a continuation of Gura.
Little fish girl. Fish themed.
Yeah, well, I mean, her faux family name is Samiko, so
Oh, yeah, okay.
it's like calling yourself Sharkling.
Yes. So yeah, she didn't want to let the character go, obviously.
I mean, normally they at least play it a little bit more coy than that, but this is like zero effort has been made.
Yeah. Unless you're smooth brain like Nemi.
I thought Gura might take a bit of a longer break.
I thought she would too.
Well, the thing is that she was basically on hiatus already. She was already on break.
I guess.
True.
Yeah, I guess I hadn't been following super closely, so the fact she was on break didn't really process.
Like Nemi was really seamless though.
Yeah, she just
Like,
basically walked out of one character into the next.
She's had a few little hiatuses because of her beloved pets keep getting sick, but she was basically a seamless transition from her previous role to her new one with very little time lost and very little change in character. The gimmick has changed a little bit, but it still has the same sort of like mildly yandere vibe to it.
Yes. And the oversharing.
And being bad at Elden Ring.
Yes.
Well,
No,
actually,
she leads a charmed life. She leads a charmed life. Elden Ring bosses just go around her for some reason.
That's very strange.
She is still remarkably successful despite just Nemi beaming everything.
Yeah, she has very very little actual aptitude developed for that game relative to what most people would need to progress the way she has. Simply because, you know, a boss will slam something down on her head and the hit engine just miraculously will fail to detect it.
Yes. Where everyone else, it takes delighted glee in detecting it. So yeah, she's just unnaturally lucky on that front.
Did she ever beat Melania?
I don't
know. I haven't been keeping up with it because I generally avoid most content on Elden Ring because I might get round to playing it one day. And so I don't want to spoil the experience of seeing what the bosses are like, because I don't know what most of the bosses in Elden Ring even look like. Like the only reason that I know about like the last boss or whatever is because of the whatchamacallit meme. Let me solo her meme.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this
Which was impossible to avoid for a while.
Yeah, Melania is the secret super boss, so it's not the final boss of the narrative part of the game. Or what narrative there is. Oh, Vadi's got a new, like, 2-hour video out.
I like how narrative and Vati are just like the same thing to you.
Oh, the same thing to everybody in the Souls community, because nobody else is going to sit there and read all the item descriptions. You're crazy.
Yeah, no. Let somebody else unravel the lore. We'll just take their word for it.
You know what? I don't even care if Vadi's wrong. I am.
They should just put Vardy on the payroll, TBH. I mean, they spend all this time writing this material for the game, but somebody needs to chew up the worms and feed them to the baby birds. So,
I mean,
Yeah, so you can be the professional law translator.
yeah, like I apparently Vadi has got a few things wrong, and the community just doesn't care because nobody else is going to go read the item descriptions to correct him.
well, because it's the Vati canon now.
Yeah, like the lore of Elden Ring is, and the Souls universes in general are. If there is a lore question, what was Vadi's answer to it?
Did George R.R. Martin even contribute anything other than his name?
We don't know.
I'm gonna say no.
I think Miyazaki said he helped with the setting and the world building, and there is a whole lot of infidelity amongst royalty going on, but that's about it.
Contributed Moog.
Yeah.
Oh, it turned out
Everything else is.
that
like,
Moog was the victim in that.
I'll say it. Moog was the real good guy all along.
Yeah, he got brainwashed into being a homo. I'm not kidding.
I'm not sure exactly what that accomplishes, but all right.
Well, the dude that did it needed him to fall in love with him and then kill him in a specific spot. So this was the best,
Okay.
and it happened to be like in Moog's house. So this was the best idea he could come up with.
This sounds like murder with extra steps.
Welcome to Dark Souls lore.
Dark Souls. Yep. Yeah, don't think, just fight boss.
I'm sure Vadi will explain it to you. I, however, do not remember all his videos because they're really long. It is like, oh my goodness. I both love and hate the Dark Souls lore. And the Elden Ring lore by extension. Like, it's just so stupid. It's almost like camp dark fiction.
But it's so
It's
dense.
it's
that you
gone.
don't
It's
notice.
gotten so edgy that it's sort of come into the other side of absurdity.
Like it's just been so esoteric and absurd that
They're basically just tuning now.
yeah, but
Yes.
but they're doing it so sincerely. It's just funny.
And anyway, we should start to wrap up. There's
Any
Damn that
other
time.
news
No.
I don't
for the
see
week?
anything.
I'm trying to think if I saw anything. I didn't pay a huge amount of attention to it, other than Olivier getting his trailer for the
He did.
remaster. Because everybody loves Olivier, right?
Everybody does love Olivier.
We can't really talk about Monhan title update 2 because
We make
nobody's
sure
been
it
brave
actually
enough
works
to
first.
recompile their shaders.
I didn't have a recompile shader problem, but I had trouble getting the lobbies to open. Like I couldn't. It wasn't in maintenance, and I just could not get the lobbies to open.
I apparently don't even have the permission to recompile my shaders according to my computer, and I don't really know how to go through fixing those permissions problems. Why Windows has so many situations in which you can't have permission to modify your own computer is ridiculous. I don't understand why.
Maybe Gabe will come through on that past idea he mentioned of working with AMD to make SteamOS a thing.
I mean, you can kind of go and do that yourself if you really want to.
AMD needs some help right now, so they need a big thing. Maybe Gabe can supply it for them, because like the hardware space has become incredibly toxic lately.
Oh my yes.
Like
Hey,
Nvidia's market share is just skyrocketing.
Oh, the
continuously.
Opossum is so happy right now. He put so much money in Nvidia about 8 or 9 months ago.
But they're so bad. Like the products they're releasing, like this current cycle of products has been awful, and they're debuting this new 5050, which is just an atrocity. Like it's really, really bad. There's literally no reason to buy this thing. You'd be better off with a 2080.
Ugh.
But people are going to buy it because reasons, and because their marketing material is basically full of what as far as I can understand, is stuff that is not true. I could be wrong, but it seems like they're just making stuff up at this point.
Yeah.
I don't even know. It's like they can get away with anything. There is no upper limit on what they can do. They can say anything they want to anybody they want, and people will just line up to buy their product. And it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh my goodness, are you using Sacrificial Greatsword on Mavwika?
Yes, because I don't have anything better at the moment. That's
Uh,
why I'm doing that battle pass.
Yeah, you need that serpent spine.
Sacrificial
Yeah,
Greatsword is possibly the worst choice you could have made.
it quite well, almost the worst. I could have put Prototype Rancor on it.
No, you can't. Prototype Rancor is a
No, you
one-handed
can't.
sword.
Prototype Archaic would probably actually be better than Sacrificial Sword, to be honest.
Yeah, because Mavwika doesn't use energy. Or
And she doesn't, since her skill is seamless, you don't need that either.
yeah, and her skill cleanly transitions into itself. So
But yeah, I've got to get the Serpent's Blade so I can put that on Kanich and put Earthshaker on Mavwika. I don't have her actual weapon.
Are there any other great swords? Well, there's no past events are accessible, so we can't just get one that way.
Yeah, we can't get one that way. Am I missing something with this? I must be missing something with this puzzle. I've already done it, and it's just zeroed these out.
They usually stay lit if you're finished.
Usually they do, yeah.
There has to be something better than Sacrificial Greatsword. What?
oops.
I can put a Favonius Greatsword on it. That's it.
That's the same problem, though.
Exactly the same problem.
That's the energy problem, not the cooldown problem. Let's see. Genshin Impact, the wiki, items,
The
weapons,
Does the wiki
claymores.
even tell you stuff like that?
Well, you can do
Like,
that
what
in
about
game.
blue claymores? What about the debate club? Use the debate club.
I could
No,
use a bike.
No, the base
feel
damage
dirty,
probably doesn't make it worth it.
Oh, come on, debate club. Give it its time to shine.
Debate club. Let's see. Earthshaker,
Blood
Prototype,
Tainted?
Archaic, and Rain Slasher are the three that the game suggests.
Blood Tainted might work.
I have Blood Tainted though. Do I have Rain Slasher? I've actually got a Rain Slasher. That might be better. Not really.
Against Hydro or Electro, how much Hydro or Electro does Mavwika apply?
None.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really, it's so strongly indicated for Earthshaker, really.
Pretty much, yeah.
You don't have...
Favonius.
No,
Debate Club is probably actually the only one, only greatsword I've got that does anything for her other than Earthshaker.
See. No, that regen's energy, that won't work.
Yep.
Oh, you can get her the Fruitful Hook to boost her plunging attack damage. Got high base damage on it.
Yay.
No, it's gotta be Earthshaker.
It's got to be Earthshaker. Which means, yeah, do the battle pass, get Serpent Blade, move Earthshaker over, and everyone's happy.
It is nice that they made a craftable weapon so good,
Yes.
as opposed to making them trash like they used to back in the day.
You could... Vol's got an extra claymore he could give you.
Yeah, I don't think that I'm going to be using that verdict anytime soon.
But it's so pretty. I love Verdict. It's not even a sword, it's an axe.
It's sort of a halberd. I was like, when I first saw it, I thought it was a polearm.
It's a Bodish?
Anyway, we're rounding out the show because
Oop.
I can't think of anything new to talk about.
Yeah, let's just wrap it up.
All right. Oh, do you have to light these in order?
Maybe, but I think I've lit them in every order that can.
Do you have to? Oh, they just
It's a
extinguish.
time. It's a time.
They
time
just
one.
yeah, they just extinguish
So just-
very quickly.
You just got to use your amber. That's all.
Yeah,
Pling
just
plang plong.
Amber would actually do it quick enough either.
it'll just stand here, and you got all three within a quick turn.
I'll give it a go.
Yeah, just hit the far one first.
Anyway, yeah, let's wrap it up.
All right, folks. We will